guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex.
Okay guys, thanks for listening. We're back with our regular show. As you guys know, Tyler is unavailable till the 21st, so I'm doing the streaming right now. Please make sure to share if you want this information out. You guys know we're all getting shadow banned and censored on social media, so we depend on you guys to share it around. It's very important. If you have questions or whatever, you want anything mentioned on the air, use the YouTube chat. That's the quickest thing. And tonight we have a few subjects. We're going to talk about the Assange situation, about censorship, about lockdowns. We're going to talk about the Washington D.C. situation. And at this point, that's a last thing, and the Washington D.C. situation is directly connected with censorship, is directly connected with press issues. So it's going to be very interesting. We have a special guest in, Djamila. Yeah, I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly.
It's okay.
It's
not my fault. It's my parents' fault.
Yeah, well, it's a unique name for a Dutch person. My name is far more typical Dutch, if I would say so. But so that you guys, I put her Twitter in the post. If you want to follow her, you can find her there. And you have been involved with creating. Assange events in the Netherlands, right? The Assange board events, and
So I don't want to take too much credit for it, because I'm a very latecomer in the game. I only found out about. Of course, I knew about Assange and I knew about WikiLeaks, but I never paid much attention to it. I was too busy, raising children, whatever. But then in September, when the court hearings, that second run started, I read this tweet by Craig Murray, and I just got curious, like, oh yeah, Julian Assange, whatever happened to him? Let's read this. And then when reading the tweet, I just was appalled at what Craig Murray wrote about, how the proceedings went. So when he wrote the next time, I read it again, and I started following it. And following more and more tweets from different people about the same hearings. And then I started thinking, but hang on a second, this is so important for journalism. Why am I not reading about it in the mainstream media? And so I started, tweeting and trying to contact journalist organizations and the main newspapers, and nobody reacted. And so I got more and more worried and angry, and then I thought, well, something needs to happen. And then on Podcast, which is a Dutch podcast channel.
Shout out to Rico.
Huh?
Quick shout out to Rico.
Yeah, run by Rico Brouwer. I saw that he interviewed somebody from Free Assange Netherlands who had organized several, I think, demonstrations, but that was before I got interested in them. And so at one point I thought, well, I want to do something. So I contacted Rico to ask him to bring me in contact with Tristan from the Free Assange Netherlands. And so from then on, it just started rolling that I thought, well, I need to do something. I started writing to the American ambassador and the English ambassador, and I was adamant that Assange should get out for Christmas, even if it was just for Christmas. So I wrote to them, both ambassadors, that if they needed a pawn, that I'd be happy to take his place for 2 weeks or something. Then I wrote another letter to the ambassador. I organized a demonstration to which only myself came because of the severe lockdown that had come in the night before here in the Netherlands. And then Rico invited me to come on his podcast channel. And we sort of together thought something needs to happen. So we made, we organized another demonstration. And that's really where I am. And last week I've just been tweeting to all the senators and members of Congress to ask them to drop the charges, to not appeal the verdict of the judge. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've been listening to all the interviews with Yanis Varoufakis and Alfred de Zayas and Niels Meltzer after the hearings of January. And I was a bit at a loss of what to do next. I mean, I'm writing, and I'll write more letters again. But yeah, so that's where I am.
Okay. Yeah, and I know that's the Free Nederland account on Twitter. That's Tristan, right? And he was organizing some events before. Not too many people came, and he was very bothered with that. He was trying really hard to get things going. And how successful was that last event for Assange? Were there many people? Or?
Well, I was lucky that Rico interviewed me before, so some people saw that because he's got, quite a big group of followers. And so I think about 30 people came. I'm not quite sure. So that was, considering that the first demonstration I organized, I was on my own. So it was a huge increase. And what was nice is we started shouting towards the American consulate, which is in Amsterdam. But the building, well, it echoes. So whatever we shouted echoed back over the museum plain. But again, it was on a Sunday. There weren't many people about, as there are many people about anyway with this corona virus thing. Mm. But it was good, and because of that demonstration, a new demonstration is organized for this Saturday, also in Amsterdam, also on the Museumplein at 1:00. I didn't organize it, but somebody else who didn't make the last demonstration, she wanted to do something. So for the Dutch listeners, that's a tip. There's an Assange demonstration on Saturday at 1:00 near the Albert Heijn. But I forget what you asked.
No, I was asking how successful it was. I mean, that's pretty much it. I mean, if you think about it.
Yeah, well, I thought, of course you would want to have half of the population of Holland coming, but I thought it was, it was good that we had 30. I didn't expect that many. And also a lot of people were, interested in doing more. And I think last Saturday they organized another demonstration, but they had forgotten to notify the authorities. So within, I don't know, half an hour, the police came and they had to disperse. And then this lady who organized it, she stayed on her own and then talked to people walking by. And so she's now notified the authorities and tried again for this coming Saturday. So I'm going to try to be there. And maybe, who knows, maybe it'll grow like it does in London.
Yeah. Yeah, and so before the show we started talking a bit about this case and the effect it has on journalism and also the censorship issues that have been going on. And I know you said you're like fully shadow banned, for example, even though you have like still a small account and you're just trying to build something, and already you're being shadow banned. And so maybe you want to talk a bit about what you think about what has been going on with the whole social media censorship that seems to happen like right away after this whole case. Not that it didn't happen before, but it goes like in a second gear now.
Yeah, well, this journey of trying to figure out what happened to Assange is like, falling down the rabbit hole in Alice in Wonderland, because from one sort of horror to the next, I discover things and find out things that I never knew were there before. And so this censorship that happened, with Trump being removed from Twitter and stuff. I mean, I'm just amazed at how also podcast was removed from YouTube. Mike Eden, a doctor who's trying to say sensible stuff about the corona pandemic, and he's blocked from YouTube. He's now, there was an interview with someone on Women's Hour, that's a program on the BBC that a lot of people listen to. And there they sort of started smearing him, like he didn't really know what he was talking about, blah, blah, blah. And so, it on and on it goes. You get censored, you get smeared, people don't take you seriously anymore. And it's just mind-boggling how quick and how widespread it is becoming. And that people find it so normal, because if you say weird things, you shouldn't be on Twitter, or that 20 years ago, I don't think that would ever be said in Holland, or maybe in America either. But
no, that would never be said. People are very proud of being able to say anything they want. That's especially in Holland, right? In the Netherlands, the people are very, very concerned with free speech. It wasn't a partisan issue either, and we'll get to that very, very, very soon, because we have Preston in too, and I'm sure he's eager to talk about that part. But it is like now it's like a partisan issue that somehow we're dealing with free speech issues, and we have to accept people being censored that the masses don't agree with. And that is likely, at least like the partisan masses don't agree with. So that's a very weird new thing, because it used to be restricted to actual illegal stuff. Like, you post something illegal, that would be removed from social media. And now you post something they don't like, and it's being removed. And that is kind of a new thing. And
also the snitching, you talked about the Capitol thing before, and when I was tweeting to all these members of Congress, I mean, you see all there, I tried to find a tweet that sort of covered the thing of journalism or the First Amendment, so that I could reply to that one to make it sort of topical, So you go through the tweets to see if there's something to hang on to. But some of the members of Congress who, after the event at the Capitol, were so horrified and maybe, traumatized, that they started asking the public to say who this and that was, and they, with face recognition, and with that they could figure out who did what, and it's, of course, you you want to get criminals, but I mean, we're getting such a culture of snitching and telling on people, and I often wondered when I was younger, like, how did World War II ever came to be? What happened to people that they would all go along with something? And now you sort of see it happening all around you live. This is what happens. If you get the media, if you get all the channels of communication, and they all say the same thing and the same thing over and over again, 100 times a day, people sort of, I don't know, they follow, and yeah, it's weird.
Yeah. Okay, Preston, maybe you want to jump on that, like the whole Washington D.C. situation and the results after that.
Did you ask me, or?
No, I was asking Preston, maybe he wants to jump on that subject. Otherwise, we'll just wait a little.
Maybe you went to get a coffee.
Yeah. What's happening there? I can't hear you, Preston. There's something going on. Your thing is lighting up, but it's not giving a voice. I don't know what happened there because it was giving a voice before. Real quick then. I mean, you mentioned Rico before, and I know Rico. He was talking about the whole lockdown situation in the Netherlands and doing lawsuits against forced PCR tests and stuff. And he lost his entire YouTube channel, and there was nothing illegal he ever did on it. He just gave his opinion and gave some valid research, and then he lost his YouTube channel and actually gave him access to a channel we built, and he uses that one now. But that one, for sure, we're going to lose that one too. So.
But what I find interesting is that so it's okay to talk about Assange. I mean, I don't think not any one of us has been banned about speaking about Assange. It really is the corona that they're banning, the corona information.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think that the podcast was thrown off because of the interview with Rainer Füllmich, the lawyer in Germany who's doing a class action suit against Drosten and the others makers of the PCR test.
Yeah. LMO is working already? I'm not sure what's happening to him right now. I can hear the sounds from your computer, Alamo. Or it's coming from somewhere else. But maybe try logging into Discord again and trying it again, because I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I know, but Rico was only giving valid information, and that's really shocking that they treat that like that. And I've seen it with others too, like this Dutch rapper Lange Frans. Yeah, he lost his entire channel, everything over it.
Yeah.
He was going a little too deep into conspiracies and stuff, I guess, for them. So that's not allowed anymore in it was 2020 back then. But still he got removed, and I don't think they even gave him a warning or anything. He just disappeared, and it was like a channel with what was it, like over 100,000 followers at least.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's a very strange time.
Yeah, and like some of the people listening are like hardened activists. They're used to it. They always get censored because they publish like, this stuff they know is illegal and things. But to see this happen to the the normal population is a new thing. And also, when the U.S. president got actually removed from social media, then I saw like the move that from that big tech was actually taking over from the politicians.
Yeah. Well, it's also, if you. Oh, now I hear myself echo.
Alamo, is it working for you now? Okay, that's really weird. It was working at the start, right, when he came into the conversation.
Yeah. But he's still there. He hasn't left.
No, he can hear us, but we can't hear him. I mean, I can see he hears us because every time I say Alamo, he like unmutes himself, but we can't hear.
Well.
Okay. That's really confusing. I'm sorry. Yeah, so that's that part. We were I was mentioning that big tech was actually showing that they were in control over politics now too. They make the decisions.
Yeah. Yeah, but then a lot of these members of Congress were applauding that. They, their stance was he's too dangerous to have a Twitter account or a Facebook account, and then you're sort of baffled, like, gosh. But you don't realize that you could be next, or
yeah.
But then, of course, Twitter and Google and Facebook, they're not just big tech anymore. I mean, they're partially government, aren't they? So it's
Yeah, you can say that, especially if you look at like Facebook. It is like it deals with the Atlantic Council. Some would say it was even started as a DARPA project because there was this whole LiveLock thing before 2004. LiveLock was a DARPA project, that is the U.S. military, and then the day the U.S. military dropped that project, the exact same day Facebook was launched. Exact same day. There's not even a day in between. Yeah, you can search for that. Like you can see the actual ending date. It's together with Zuckerberg launching his Facebook thing, and that is kind of strange, of course, because the LiveLock thing was actually pretty much the same thing as Facebook.
Yeah.
Data. Hey, yeah, we can hear you now.
Man, I don't know. I was going out to Windows and the mic was working fine, but it didn't work in Discord. So I don't know what's going on here. This happens a lot in Discord.
Well, you're here now.
Yeah, as long as you can hear me good.
Perfect.
Okay. I was going to start with. She was mentioning, Congress, and I don't. She sounded like she was from the States. She was writing letters to Congress, but the Republicans are actually the biggest part of the problem. From my take on it, they were given every branch and were able to load up the Supreme Court. From 2016 on, and I have no idea how a party in power has this happen to them. Only by being complete cowards could something like this happen to an organization. By not sticking together, by not sticking to principle, and that's honestly the biggest problem. I could say the Democrats are a problem, or the communists, or however you want to look at them, leftist, and they are. But the worst part of it is having a party that demands loyalty from their supporters, which they got. And in return, you get no representation from them at this crucial point. That is the bigger problem. That is why I would never vote Republican again. I'm not going to be loyal to a party that is disloyal to their base and disloyal to the country. So I think what you're going to see is the Republican Party turn into the Whig Party of 1860 and be in the trash bin of history. With any luck, that's my hope.
But in what way? I mean, I don't understand what you're saying. I mean, I'm neither for or against Republicans or Democrats, but I mean, what should have happened then for the representatives to be loyal?
Uh, well, I would assume that politics there would be the same. If you are in a party or vote for a party, well, if you're, and for sure, if you're an elected official from that party, you stay loyal to party people, party platforms, party interests. You're loyal to candidates, even if you didn't support them, say in a primary. You know, you always support that individual once they reach office. And what you've seen here, whether you like Trump or not, and I didn't, you know, I did for about a year and a half, and then I got really tired of him fast. But you know, despite that, you know, as a Republican, you should, you know, as an elected Republican official, you're expected to support your fellow party people, and that's something that has fallen by the wayside big time with Trump too. For some reason, they hate him so bad that they're willing to sacrifice him, even though he's in the same party, and that's really strange.
But yeah, but isn't that because, you know, the powers behind the politicians are so much bigger than the actual party power? I mean,
True. Yeah. If you look at the you know the biggest donors to American politics, I think to the tune of about 80% is like AIPAC and Jewish interest. You know, large billionaire donors. You know, along those lines, which in and of itself is not bad. I mean, you can lobby in America, lobby your politicians. I mean, that's all part of the process. You know, where it becomes a problem is if they take that money and then do things that are illegal and unconstitutional. You know, then that's where the problems start. It's you know, there's nothing wrong with lobbying itself. It's keeping it. It's
yeah,
not being able to be bought out. That's the more important thing.
yeah, but that's where we are, isn't it? I mean, we're up to our necks in that kind of puppeteering at the moment. I don't think it
Yeah,
matters anymore whether you're left or right. I mean, it's are you going along with the puppeteers? And I
yeah,
think that's
and
what
the
Trump didn't do, because he you know, he was
oh
so
no, no,
narcissistic or you know, greedy himself for himself, that he didn't listen to what the big plan was. Or
well, I believe he is part of the problem. If you look at what he did in this vaccine and with coronavirus in the last year for sure, um, he played right into the interest of big pharma, uh, more control of government, you know, being more of a dictator and a mandator than following law. Uh, Trump himself has been in the establishment for going back into the 80s, and he was a huge donor to the Democrats and Hillary Clinton up until recently. My take on Trump is he's actually a New York progressive liberal that's masquerading as a Republican. Now, that got me a lot of heat here, especially before he was running and after, but that is my belief. He is establishment. He's part of the problem, and by doing what he's being asked by the establishment, it got here. Being un-American is it got us to this point. Elected officials being un-American and disloyal to their base has gotten us to this point. And I could point it at leftists and Democrats, but the bigger problem is Republicans who will not stay loyal. They don't have any courage. They're cowards. They will not stand up for what's right. That's the problem.
yeah, I agree with you that, you know, Trump is a big problem as well, and you know, I never liked him, but I what my horror is that it's all over. It doesn't really matter anymore what you choose, or what, you know, because it's choosing between the devil and Beelzebub. It really, yeah.
Yeah, they've yeah, the overriding problem is people, the elected officials have given up on law. I mean, there's plenty of precedents for, things being done. You could always refer to the Constitution, but these people would rather try to create their own world, their own fantasy outside of that, being this new dictator, and all you have to do is say the magic word COVID, and all of a sudden you lose your rights. I mean, this is it's unheard of. I chew a lot of people. Anytime I try not to wear a mask, and when I go into these businesses, it's usually a pretty good fight. For quite a while, as I explain to them the facts. Like physics, filtration. The particle sizes, all this nonsense. And then I can move on to the law, precedents, Constitution, how there is no law. In a lot of these cases, when you kick out emergency orders, you have 60 to 90 days before legislatures are supposed to meet and affirm what you're doing or change laws to make it all look right. And none of that has happened. Not in Texas for sure, but I'm almost sure elsewhere that's the case. But there's no way that you could pass a law to back up these mandates. That's the problem. That's why they have to ignore the law and Constitution to get this done, because if they were to have to justify it in any kind of forum or legal venue, they wouldn't be able to do it.
But then, how in this mess are we going to get attention for Assange? Because everybody's now so preoccupied with the election and with the impeachment and yeah.
Yeah, because what's going on in what I've been discussing, the decay of the government, and that's a lower concern now. I mean, that was on a lot of people's radar, and it still is. I mean, you don't have to be just a one event, person or focus on just one thing. But in terms of what's really important now to try to sort out and get behind is this mess. But honestly, I don't see that happening. As far as I'm concerned, I don't have a country. If I can't have a legitimate election and be represented properly, I don't have a country. That's the way I'm taking it. Joe Biden is not my president. All this fraud, no, I'm not. That's not going to happen.
Okay. You sound pretty depressed there, Preston. It's not over. But we're dealing
no, I
with...
mean, this is my usual way of talking. I'm pretty. I have a more cynical view of life, and it works well for me because it usually comes true that way, rather than being optimistic and being constantly disappointed. But
well, the thing.
A lot of, yeah.
We have a lot of discussions here on the show too, and all of us, we already discussed all of these things for years, right? We knew there was this establishment behind the scenes going on. We knew about the whole networks of the cults and the blackmail networks and all these things. We knew about it. The only difference there is now is that it becomes public. It becomes visible to the general public. But these networks, they're not suddenly arriving. They were there already. So in that sense, actually, now that the general public sees these networks too and becomes familiar with it, it might actually be a positive move for us. How do you think about that?
Yeah, that's what's happening. I mean, you see the mass of people that are gathering now. On the right side. More and more people are awakening to the fact of what their government is actually about. The difference here is, yeah, you knew about the puppeteers, you knew about the effect it was having on officials. But you didn't really fully have an understand how bad it had gotten. Now you know that they, from say my view as a Republican, not that I vote straight ticket or anything. I mean, I've been done with them as a party for a while too. But I will say, as a Republican, you see how you have no representation now. You can go vote, and then the vote gets handled by people who like to paste up windows and not let you see how they're being counted. And they're not going to take that. If there had been a little bit of that, like there usually is, some voter fraud here, voter fraud there, no problem. Everybody expects that. But when it's on this massive scale over multiple states, it's an obvious plan. It's an obvious Democrat plan to sabotage the election and steal it. There are statistics that are so out of whack from this election that there's just no explaining it, other than its fraud.
Whatever happened to the Italy Gate sort of?
I think Italy Gate is another one of these BS stories that are brought up by government and CIA type people that they're thrown into alt-right media as nonsense cover stories for what's not happening. It's to keep the masses of people who listen to Q or some of these other outfits that push that sort of stuff, to keep pumping hopium to them so that they don't act and they stay complacent. Because I don't believe that story for a minute. I mean, it might be true the servers were there, but that's irrelevant. It's part of the story, and I'm not really believing that it's true. It's another one of these. I'm not going to call them. What's the word for it? It's just a diversion story to keep you believing something's going on, when what's really going on is they're getting rid of Trump. They're going to buffalo him through, and Republicans are going to go along with it. In their interest to be non-violent cowards, they're willing to sacrifice the country. That's the bottom line. They're not interested in doing what's right. They're interested in moving along and not having to make a stand, because you'd have to be a man, and we have cowards. That's the problem.
Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of like non-partisan in this, right? And I think Djamila is the same. Like, we're not from the US, so in that sense, if you look at it from the outside, all I see now is that a US president was like literally removed from social media and everything, and that was kind of new for me.
Oh, yeah. I mean, who honestly believes that corporations have the right to do that? Under what authority, under what law would that ever be able? Would you be able to do that?
Yeah.
You can do it. Yeah, you can do it now because you have cowards in the legal system, like say the Supreme Court, for instance, that wouldn't take any of these cases of voter fraud. There was many states. There was, I don't know, 50 different cases brought up. Pretty much none of them, they were either blown off, or in the case of the Supreme Court, they won't view them. So, once you've done that, once you've expected that your own party officials will handle this, because there was more than enough reps to keep him from getting impeached the other day, and yet they went along, they got there was more than enough. There was an actual constitutional play there with the Electoral College that they could have done, and they refused. But that has been done in history before. I think it was the 1870s or the 1830s. We had a few elections that were similar to this, and you had to go. There was debates, and then in one of them, I think the reps actually voted for the president. And if they had done that here, Trump would still have been president. You had enough Republican legislatures in enough states to pull that off, and yet they didn't do it. See, what we have here is a two-party dictatorship, In my mind, we have communists, who are the Democrats, and we have communist enablers that are the Republicans. And as long as that's the case, this country is never going to be the same. all this nonsense that you see, corporate, they'll say something like, well, they're private companies, they can do what they want. Well, that's kind of weird because around 1900 there was Standard Oil, and that wasn't the thinking then. The thinking was, hey, we're the U.S. government, we're going to break you up, we're going to enforce monopoly laws, we're going to do a lot of things, and you don't see any of that today. Because what you have are nonviolent cowards who will not stand up for the law or the Constitution.
Can I ask you, just to bring it back again to Assange, how is he, like Sarah Palin, she came around and she made this video and said that she actually thought he should be pardoned. But how many people are actually talking about it? Is there a movement growing there as well? Because I can't really gauge that from here.
No, I mean, other than Anonymous and a few other groups, I honestly, you don't see it much. I mean, it is. If you saw the kind of media that we have right now, which is pretty much 24/7 COVID/vaccine nonsense, there's very little news.
Mm-hmm.
You can go to MSM, the MSNBC or some of the other mainstream, and you'll get plenty of left wing, plus the COVID, plus all. I mean, that's out there, but Fox News has turned to the left as of maybe 6 months ago or so.
Yeah, but Tucker Carlson, didn't he do 2 interviews? One with Stella Morris and one with various people who all spoke out for Assange. Didn't he do that recently? And also, wasn't there an article in Times or Washington Post after the extradition hearing that was quite positive, or quite, at least not negative for Assange?
I only see that media, that type of media, because I go to many outlets, kind of across the spectrum, and international as well to get my news. I hear it, but if you talk to the average American, I don't think it's definitely not high on their list. It's not something we see a lot of. Mainstream, I don't think very, very little. It's not much of a concern here. We're not too concerned about it, honestly. There are people that are, but not many.
Okay, so you don't have demonstrations in Washington, like they do in London, in front of Belmarsh Prison or Piccadilly Circus, with, even if it's a couple of people just standing there regularly.
Oh well, there might be. Yeah, I was referring to anything of any size. I mean, I'm sure there's a few groups here and there, but yeah, it's nothing of any size.
No, well, the sizes are small all around the world, but they seem to be growing, But I was just curious because I can't really tell from the Twitter reactions where exactly people are from. I mean, some I can, but I was just wondering what the sentiment is. Is there a growing sentiment now for Assange in America as well, or is it still very much, because the military plays such a big role in your country?
That it does. I think what you're going to get from Facebook and Twitter is a very left view of the world. As more people flee those sites into the others, it's very polarized. You're going to have Parler and Gab are primarily right wing because that's where people run to for their needs, and so you're going to get 2 different types of media and a mindset depending on which site you go to. I'm not on Twitter, and I'm slowly moving away from Facebook because it's just not worth it. It'd be a backup account, It's Well, I will tell you this: since since the election here, November 3rd, the concentration among everybody, and because it's so serious, is trying to get the government straight, and that hasn't happened. It's actually gotten worse. So I expect more trouble. My prayers were answered on January 6th. I will say that when the people stormed the U.S. Capitol, that was something that I had wanted to see for a long time. So me personally, I was okay with that. I have no problem at all. I fully support it. But among the population, it seems to be a problem. Media and other interests are winding up the left to be against it, of course, after they've torched America for 6 months. And there's plenty of clips of all these pundits and anchors saying, how it was a good thing, and these are all peaceful protests as they burn stuff down and people die and all the rest of it. But if a right-wing type of American wants his country back and storms the Capitol, that's like just totally outrageous for some reason, and everybody needs to be censored. So it's just a bunch of horse crap is what it is. There's two different sets of rules, one for Democrats, one for leftists, and another for the other guy. And they're totally opposite. They can do whatever they want. Even if it's flames, that's what's called at worst a peaceful protest. And if you do anything on the right, well, that's just terrorism, and we need to come after you and shut everybody down. And it's just, that's where the problem lies.
Yeah, but also there were injuries and 2 deaths at least. So that that's always
sure. There was 5. Yeah, but if you add up all the riots that went on for months here, there was hundreds of people killed. There was billions of dollars worth of damage. People attacked for no reason. I mean, so if there's any moral equivalence, this was nothing compared to that.
No, I know, but I mean, I can see shocking if that happens, like in the government building, that has a different, just has a symbolic connotation as well.
Yeah, it does. What you have seen, that the government used to be looked at as the people's house, and they were public servants. And what it has changed into, and they're even using the lingo, is they look at it as a palace, and they are no longer public servants. They're, like you're just some little dictator you're supposed to listen to. They don't actually work for you anymore. See, you work for them, and it's all backwards. There's pictures of armed Black Panthers in the 1960s walking through the U.S. Capitol. There was even recently during the Kavanaugh and some of these judge hearings just 3 to 4 months ago, there was broken windows at the Capitol. Democrats were just doing their thing, so that was okay. That was very appropriate at the time. It only becomes inappropriate when it's time to defend your country or have some kind of right-wing stance. And so this gets to the crux of the problem is you're confronting a leftist viewpoint and asking them to stop their criminality, and they can't stop their criminality.
Well, I'm not really sure I agree with you with the left and right, because I have the feeling I can't tell which is which anymore. It's like everything is flipped around 3 times. So what was left is hardly left. But have you got any sense of where the government is with the appeal to Assange? I mean, is that in the news? When they're going to do it? Or because there was a 2-week window, they've already done it? I think so.
I don't. Yeah, see, I don't. I do see stories on Assange, but I'm not into the detail unless I see something from Mark or one of the guys in the group, or there's that Activism Munich channel. That's where I get most of the details. In fact, there's just not many outlets covering in here.
Mark, do you know? Because I think I heard something that they already submitted it, but I'm not sure. I didn't see it again, so I'm not sure if that's.
No, I have no details on that. I regret that too. I know Kevin Gostola writes about that part. I can check into it for a second if you guys just continue to talk.
Yeah.
It seems to be much more of a European concern than America. I mean, we, being the way we kind of push countries and people around in the world, we're pretty callous. And once we do something, it's kind of like you've tossed it to the side of the road and you keep moving on.
Mm-hmm.
You know, nobody from those early tapes, like the assassination in Baghdad with that group and all that. Nobody from that event ever got in trouble.
No, on the contrary, the 4 guys from Blackwater got pardoned.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. That's where the focus should be on, right? It should be on these people doing it, and not the people exposing it. It's kind of like you're exposing a murder on the street, and everyone's going to like attack you and not the murderer. Like,
yeah. Well, exactly, and it's the same with Tony Blair. I mean, he's been on air a couple of times about the coronavirus and how he's telling everybody how they definitely need the vaccine. And I just think, how is it possible this guy still gets airtime? I mean, why would you? I mean, he's proven to be a liar, so why would you do anything that he says?
I can see the establishment using him. You know, once you have a good liar in your camp, I mean, continue to use them. But you know, why the people listen to it is beyond me. That's what I don't understand.
Yeah.
It's the same thing here. I mean, it's people here do not think, and this coronavirus and these masks are a perfect example of that. So you can't use physics as an argument. You can't use filtration as an argument. You can't use law as an argument. You can't use the Constitution as an argument. The only thing that works is for all somebody has to do is say, you know, they're scared or they're fearful, and you have to put your mask on. And that's just insanity. When somebody that, you know, knows better or is giving you facts or has 10 times the information that you do, and yet I have to listen to somebody tell me I have to wear a mask because they're scared. And that's really the bottom line. And it's just total crap. There is no, all we have is mandates. There is no law. There's no pandemic exclusions to the Texas Constitution. There are no pandemic exclusions to the United States Constitution. There is no law. And yet it's being done because people believe, and I just had it out with some people here the other day, telling me that, you know, the same kind of line is like, yeah, but it's mandated. Well, that doesn't work in America. We don't respond to mandates. I don't respond to mandates. Now, if you have legitimate law or you can work it through the normal channels, that's fine. But you're not going to be able to because that's never worked before. The only way you can get away with it is by barking orders like a good tyrant. And both parties have fallen into this. You know, especially here in Texas, you got a bunch of rhino Republicans who act like Democrats, and there's no difference. That's why you like what you were saying, you see no difference, because there is no true right wing in America. Republicans are not right wing. They are communist enablers who have accepted leftist philosophies and leftist dictates as some kind of law. They've fallen into the same mode here, and that's very unfortunate. So now that's why we're enduring this, because public officials are not willing to enforce the laws of this country and the Constitution. They won't do it.
Yeah, but you see that in the U.S. you have these people. They start walking on front of these sides. Like you have on the left you have these so-called lefties walking up front, and you have on the right you have these right-wingers walking up front. But you see them appearing on the red carpet together on pictures. I've seen it. I mean, look at like Instagram pics and see like they appear on the red carpet together. Like, the thing is, especially with these lockdowns, there's no medical ground for it either. Like, there are plenty of doctors who will
Nope.
tell you that like if you have people walking on the street, and you would have like, okay, like argue like any virus, right? Any virus. It flies into the air when like the wind takes it away, right? But if you're sitting inside indoors, then it actually spreads much easier because you're sitting in each other's airflow, right? So I'm not saying what is specific virus, any virus, right? So and then you have the whole mask thing. Everyone wears these self-made masks and stuff that are not protective against any virus particles at all. Like even if you would argue that it's not protective at all, so there's no need for that. And those are two things, and you will be thrown into the conspiracy corner, into the black sheep corner if you even say these things. But they are medical facts. I mean, they're facts, and you can easily prove this too. Like, so that's the thing. So you're pushing down an economy. You're pushing down. You're locking everything down, and it becomes like a bipartisan thing. Both parties are involved with it. But actually, it should be about an open public debate about this. Like, here we argue, like, okay, we have a problem. What are the best solutions? We need input from all sides, and we need to not censor anyone, because you get censored now too. You get everyone gets removed with a dissident opinion. So there's no possible debate anymore. And it reminds me. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, that's why this will escalate, because that's the solution for the folks that want this to happen this way is to just cut everybody off and act like that's normal. Ignore physics, ignore medicine, ignore common sense, and act stupid and wear a mask that you don't need like a good slave. I have a problem with that. I'm not going to do that. I only do it when I have to like go into some place that I have to go to get material, and we're still, I'll still have an argument with them, but it's like, if it's like put it on or we're going to kick you out, well then I have to put it on to go get my stuff, but you're still going to get a lip and a call to your 1-800 corporate line, and I'm going to let guys know what is going on here. I've only had one success so far, and that was with Home Depot. Early on, they changed their way of doing things at the local store I go to, but the rest of them, I mean, these people are pure sheep, Mark. They want to be slaves. It's gotten to the point where people that know better are being told to listen to low IQ morons because they're scared.
Okay, but in history, the intellectual community is a tiny minority, and like you're talking about a few percent of society that you can count upon the intellectual community, right? And the big propaganda machines, they don't focus on those people. They focus on the masses who are okay. So they present propaganda in such an easy way that the people, the I don't want to call them stupid, but that the stupid people understand it, right? And those are the masses you build your propaganda on. You make it as easy as possible. You don't appeal to the intellectual community. That is a tiny minority. They're not going to get you the majority vote. They're not going to do anything. And then even part of that intellectual community is the so-called community of educated college people who are actually repeating research done by a few specific professors that they count as authoritative research, right? So this is actually the indoctrinated community, you could say, right? They're the best indoctrinated community. Like the longer you spend on the indoctrination program, and this was openly said, especially for the USA, the US education system, created in such a way that you create gullible workers, right? It was actually was it John D. Rockefeller actually said that we must make our education system in such a way that we create workers who don't ask too many questions. And the longer you spend in it, the more indoctrinated you get. And you have a new community of people waking up, and they get their own information from alternative media. But in the alternative media, you have certain so-called gatekeepers standing up, and they are just leading them in controlled direction again. And my country, like we did protests in the past. This is like 10, 15 years ago, right? And they would say this is called channeling. We call this channeling. We have a grassroots protest, and then the old political parties show up, reactionary forces, and they use a method called channeling. They start repeating things of what you're saying, and then they push you into that direction. They start walking next to you, and they push you in a certain direction. And that is how you control a group. And it was, for example, with Occupy, it was done. Everyone was representing the 99% versus like a 1% elite, right? Now, there was a left-wing reactionary force showing up, and they said like, yeah, we want more money for the poor. We are the left-wing movement, and everything became red, and red banners, everything. And so we automatically had a minority again. We weren't the 99% again, we were a minority again. We were not the lawyers, we were not the doctors, we were not the people who make a little bit more but who are not part of the super wealthy elite. So you're dealing with a force of gatekeepers, you're dealing with a tiny intellectual community, and an intellectual community that is mostly compromised at this point too. So you're facing a lot of issues.
Oh yeah, yeah. The other thing that's that beyond these concerns that we would like to say COVID and the vaccine is by doing these lockdowns, which were totally unnecessary, and people understand that now. You were scammed into it early on with the line that if you just give us 2 weeks, we can flatten the curve, and this is for beds, and they expect it's short-term spike and all that. All right, I mean, people, I didn't believe that, because I know how government operates, but it's like, okay, 2 weeks, 2 weeks came and went, and the rest of the horse shit never ended. It just kept going on and on. You're shutting down businesses, and that's what our elected leaders. That's the other aspect of this that our leaders are missing. You just trashed an economy. You how many businesses? We're probably pushing 50% of businesses are going to be going under at some point because of this. We're already past the third, I believe.
Yeah. Djamila, do you have the numbers for? Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, when you take away people's livelihoods and their fortunes that they've put into some business, and you come up with some illegal crap that you have to shut down, and you take that all away from them, they're going to be pissed off. Obviously. I mean, you can't just do that to anybody without being pissed off. And now they act like they're surprised that there's been such a hateful reaction. Well, when people lose everything and they got nothing left to lose, they lose it. And you just saw that. And they continue to act like they don't understand how this is happening. It's understanding because we have feckless, spineless, cowardly politicians who will not enforce the laws of this country. They will not stand by the United States Constitution. The Supreme Court won't do it. The Congress won't do it. The executive branch, well, see, that's where Trump could have done more. I mean, he had a whole branch he could have used, but he wouldn't do it. And he was actually using it against the people with his national state of emergency, and then putting all this money towards the pharma companies and Gavi and all this nonsense, so he's part of the problem. So what people watched is their whole government abandoned them as they lost their livelihoods. And then they act surprised when something like January 6th happens. That's how stupid people are, Mark. They don't get it.
Okay, so I want to ask Djamila, do you know anything more about the numbers in our country, in the Netherlands? Like he was saying, like 1/3 of businesses are already gone, right? How would it be?
No, I don't. But because our government is more forthcoming with money for businesses in trouble. So, but not all. But I think the problem is that money that is forthcoming are loans, and and the tax that needs to be paid is being pushed forward. So I don't know how, in the long run, those companies will cope with the loans and the tax they still have to pay. But I'm getting a little bit tired, and I just want to ask a couple of questions about because my focus is really what else can I do to promote Julian Assange course, and I was just wondering, because you're all coders, right? Is there anything like a game that was developed, like Save Assange game, or like an adventure game that that is about press freedom and whatever? Do you know of anything?
That's actually a good question.
Yeah, I don't think I've come across anything like that. I mean, you do see certain recent event type media and events, merged into some of these computer games these days. Certain symbology and so forth used, but I don't know that I've even seen Assange put into those type instances. I really don't know of anything.
I know
that would be a good way to get a larger, maybe younger group, just informed about the subject, about Assange, but also about this danger of censorship and whatever. And the other question I had was, is there an app or something, or a website for demonstrations? Because I keep feeling, there are demonstrations all over, but a lot of people miss them. I missed some that I had wanted to go to. And I was wondering if we had an app or something where, just a demo app that you could put in when the demo is, and everybody could look it up, per date. That would be really helpful.
Yeah, the thing with that is, we do have Candles for Assange that releases like a list of events, but there are also people who organize their own events, right? And the thing is, it is also a decentralized thing. There are plenty of Assange supporters that don't affiliate with other groups at this point, and there are also political movements like the M25 doing their own things, and in our country we have a Pirate Party, for example, doing their own things. Also wanting to do their own things, and
no, I get that, but you have something like meetup.com, right? Which is you can just log in for your own area and see what's happening, or for a wider area. And I was just wondering if there was something like that for demonstrations.
For now, I mostly see like Alex Hills and some others, Candles for Assange. We use that hashtag Candles for Assange. I see them spreading a list of events all the time, and there are some sites listing events, but no, I haven't seen that yet. It does pick up if people create like for example like Facebook events, they do get picked up by other sites, so you would be able to find those. It would be wise if we actually create that ourselves, a list too. I mean, we can always make that.
And it doesn't only have to be Assange, now with the COVID thing, and with all these lockdowns and taking away liberties, there are demonstrations everywhere, but often I don't know where they are, and I hear other people miss other demonstrations that I attended, and so I was just wondering if something like that was there, but obviously not.
No, the thing is, it's mostly decentralized still, and that is very powerful. I mean, that everyone can just make their own events, but it does create some confusion if everyone needs to be promoted. Yeah. And there
it would just be a registration. You could just say, if I organize, say, I protest, whatever. I want to do a demonstration for Assange, that I could just register there, like in Amsterdam, But then anyone looking, on a date, on a Saturday, and saying, I want to see what else is going on in demonstration land, they could go in and see what they could do. Just like meetup.com.
Okay, so I will look into that, see if we have a reliable database. Otherwise, we will just create it ourselves. We'll have it done after the weekend.
Yeah, just make a demo.com.
Yeah, no, you're right. We can do that.
Yeah.
There's no
All right,
problem.
and then I don't know if there are any other tips of things to do. You gave me a good tip, Mark, about publishing more stuff.
Yeah, so I can mention that too, because
Yeah.
I don't think we mentioned that on air yet, and that is
No.
like, okay, so Assange is being is under a heavy threat right now. He's in a horrible situation. But the thing is, the thing they are most scared of was actually the stuff he published, right? The stuff that WikiLeaks published. So what we can do to put pressure on these people is we actually start publishing these documents ourselves. We take the heat off Assange, and we do this. We collect the documents which are valuable to publish, and we start publishing this on our own outlets.
Yeah.
And we do this in such a way that we all become Assange, right? So that no matter what they do to Assange, the information will be published, and it will be public still, and there's nothing they can do to stop it. And right now, that will I think it will demotivate them in such a way that they will not continue to do this for years and years. And we keep this pressure up, and we increase this pressure until they set him free. And they have to understand that no matter what they do to Assange, it's only going to get worse for them. And we can do this together. All of us can do this.
Yeah. No, that's a very good idea. I'll look into that. And and then I don't know how long this program is going on, but
If you're tired, you can just go to bed. I mean, we sometimes we go on for like 3 hours, 4 hours, or longer. So yeah.
okay. Well, I can hang around a little bit more, but yeah.
Did you say what? Go ahead, Elma.
What I would suggest, what I think is missing on, and it's just not a right wing problem. We don't have any large donor like a George Soros that I can see on the right leaning issue side.
Some would say the Koch brothers, right?
They've got corporations and George Soros and all these big donors. I mean, there are big donors on the right for Republicans, not as many, but they don't pump money into any activism, and that's what's missing. That's the same thing that's missing here for Assange. There's like no big donor willing to put the kind of money on the line that you need to advertise and get all this launched, in a normal way. The left can do it all day long.
We do something like Bill Gates did. Bill Gates is having this sort of pledge. What is it? Pledge. Well, it's a billionaires club, and they all donate money to spend on big projects. But I mean, we can all do that. Even by giving $2 or €2 or to whatever your currency is. The contributions per person won't be big, but if a lot of people do it, we could, generate money to, I don't know, develop things or do things. I mean, yeah, we have the numbers, and not the amount of money, but we have the numbers.
Yeah, I think another aspect I see people that's missing here is numbers. That used to work years ago. You actually could, by having large protests, actually reach the minds of a politician, and they seem to learn like, oh, okay, hey, there's enough people there. That's some issue I need to look at. But in today's world, it's not that way. You can have protest bigger, like on folks on my side, just like you saw here, multiple million person marches in D.C. That doesn't seem to register with anybody in government anymore. You're just a white nationalist, domestic terrorist, et cetera, all this nonsense. And it's very one way. You can do that all day long on one side and not on the other. As long as this hypocrisy is going to be in place, the violence will escalate. That's my prediction. As long as people that can't be represented and are having their businesses destroyed can't get any representation, then it's going to get worse. You don't have to be a genius to see that one coming. But there's a very there's a difference in politics now that's kind of hard to put a finger on about why some large protests are paid attention to and why other even larger protests are ignored. And if you can figure out how you, without cognitive dissonance, can make that world happen, let me know.
Okay. Yeah, so no, and that is that's a very good point. Djamila, do you have anything else you want to say on air? I mean, what is important for you, for people to know?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a bit too tired.
So yeah, putting you on the spot
I
there.
just want to. No, I just hope that. Well, you've given me good tips, so I'm going to follow that up. And I just hope for more, like a brainstorming thing, like what can we do, or maybe getting more information about what is the situation at the moment with this appeal. But I guess we don't know. You didn't find out, did you, Mark?
Not yet. No.
Okay, well, we'll find out in due time. But
I think we can have like a brainstorming session about like forming a plan to actually create some like a more I want to say decentralized way of presenting information to people. I saw a shout out to you, Sleepy Josh, he's listening. That we present information in a way that we all become Assange, right? We take the heat off him. It's time to do that. He is the only person who is like being targeted so hard, and we can actually, instead of just focusing on just only focusing on getting him free, we start to actually publish the information that was important for him and everyone to publish. Yeah. We start to actually disseminate this information. Because that is what it's all about. And the goal was, he wanted to give a voice to people submitting documents to WikiLeaks. So why don't we become that voice, all of us? We can do it.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very good and very concrete idea. So I'll look into that after I've slept.
yeah, no, that's okay. And I told you, we discussed a bit before the show about the hosting and press freedom. In the Netherlands, you can do it if it is legal. You might get shadow banned in search engines and stuff, but as of yet, you can host. We can publish in the Netherlands. There's no problem. And otherwise, we also have Iceland. I know 1984 host is prepared to put things up for publishing, and because I had contacted him before, right? We were going to launch our own project soon for because we're all dealing with social media censorship. So we're since July we've been working on something, and we need to also make sure that we can publish without being put into a similar situation as Julian, right? And
yeah, because publishing about Julian is tolerable apparently for Twitter, but when we publish about Corona, it is not. So if we're publishing things from Julian about Corona, then might get a bit tricky. So maybe that 1984 server idea or hoster idea is a good thing.
Yeah. Okay, but there is the thing. We're allowed to talk about Julian, but I'm not sure if we're allowed to talk about the documents. Most of the documents were unclassified, published on WikiLeaks, but there are certainly some documents they don't like to see on social media, and there is a whole trove of document that is not yet published, and including files about COVID. Yeah. And it was actually Julian. This is like last week it happened. Someone visited him in prison, and he actually was bothered about the COVID situation, and he said actually the public needs to know about some things related to this. So there will be more about that later, right? I mean, but what we're going to have to do is create what the Anons were already doing in 2010, create a decentralized way of publishing the WikiLeaks files. And I mean, I'm not sure if all listeners are aware of Operation Payback, and WikiLeaks was being threatened hard by the U.S. government. It was taken down by denial of service attacks. The payment methods were removed. Now, and that was when Julian reached out to the Anons and said, you guys, you have to set up mirrors, and you have to create mirrors of WikiLeaks and set up your own WikiLeaks site, and I will present with you the entire copy of the website with all the files, and you put your own site up, right? And this was the answer Julian already had to WikiLeaks being taken out. And now that he is being taken out, maybe we just do this ourselves and we make sure he can't be taken out. We become a decentralized Julian.
Yeah. Yeah. Clear.
No, I like that way of doing things. Can I ask y'all a question? Because is there any, I mean, focusing on Assange as an individual is one thing, and what's happening to him, and there's a lot that's not right about that. But is there any pushback, like on some of the things like the UK is doing? They seem to be holding him outside of law. This would be another example of a government that's not following their own laws. The international aspect. Is there any pushback into how this is all being allowed to happen against them?
Well, yeah. I mean, this is, we say Julian Assange, but it just covers the whole injustice circus. And because he is a symbol of the, of press freedom, and if he gets extradited, then no journalist is safe from the American government or its allies if they disclose the same kind of information. So, I mean, it's not only about him. It's important to save him and to save his health, but it's also equally important to save press freedom and to have war criminals and criminal governments be accountable. But as you say, we're far away, we're a long way off from that one. And not only in the US. I mean, the justice system also here in Holland seems to be, well, a little compromised, if I can say that like that.
Oh yeah, we discussed that a little before the show too. That it is compromised in multiple ways.
Yeah.
I automatically start to laugh if I think about how bad it actually is. If we start that whole can of worms, we can talk about this for a few days in a row, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah.
But Holland, Netherlands, okay, for the general public it is not yet so bad in that sense, but except for the whole lockdown situation people are being dragged into. But you can still publish what you want, but you talk about the wrong person and you are going to face problems, definitely. So our justice system is corrupted in such a way that if we even start talking about that, we're going to face a lot of issues.
Yeah, and you should, because if you look back, my understanding of how governments and entities have gotten corrupted in history is it's usually the legal system that gets corrupted first, and things kind of grow from there. So I mean, if that's a big target. You essentially have the same problems there that you do here. You have a government that has decided to go rogue and act in a way that is counter to the normal way people have, whether the laws are different or not, counter to the way that things are normally done. And you have to wonder why. There's a bigger agenda there that people are willing to go along with. Most of the elected officials, and you have to believe they're compromised somehow. Because let me point out another. We have American media, even Fox News, that will, if you bring up the name George Soros, we had a interview with former Speaker of the House Newt Gingrich, and he was essentially pointing out how George Soros was part of all these groups, and Fox News cut him off. So as long as that's going on, and you can't talk about the people that are actually behind these things, and there's plenty of documents for that, then we're in some kind of fantasy. We're not in the real world. That's not normal.
Yeah, but then it all comes down again to media and to getting the right information. And then again, what Mark just said is like a good way to go about it. Let's all be journalists. And Enrico Brouwer said the same thing. We all should be journalists. We should all try to get the message out, because if every single one of us discloses something or at least reports on something, it's very hard to tackle. Whereas if you can shut down one newspaper, but it's very difficult to shut down people who hop from channel to channel and still disclose the information. Unless, of course, they throw the whole power grid down, then we have to start running and do it like in the Middle Ages and start shouting on the square what our message is. Because I think that the media or the way you get your news comes before, but I'm not sure about that, but comes before the corrupt justice system. You need to inform the people. I thought it was really interesting what Alfred de Zayas said in an interview with Podkaars, is that he said, we talk about free speech and freedom of expression and free press, but there's another freedom that we have, and that is the right to know. And, as a citizen, you have the right to know what your government is doing in your name, and you have the right to know what crimes are committed, because otherwise you cannot make an informed decision, and you cannot, make an informed vote, cast an informed vote.
It seems like the body of government, if you want to call it, the officials, the people that are there, have decided that they know best, and they're not interested in hearing complaints from the people. They're more content with barking orders. There's a real mindset change, and I see that over there just like here. It's like, and this falls back to the you can't get representation through your party or whoever your elected officials are now. It just becomes this show of, like you see on TV. It's like you're allowed to know what's going on. They don't have any problem like spraying all this Epstein stuff everywhere and letting you know, but you are excluded from any avenue designed to change that. You're only allowed to see it, but not participate in change or change it in any way. That's where you're at now. And they're taking away the media, take away your social media, take away your websites, algorithm you off of search engines. I mean, who thinks like that? Only a
it's an interactive process.
Psychopath. Yeah.
It's an interactive process, because I guess it starts out with you don't want to really inform the people, so you're dumbing them down. The newspapers here are now almost impossible to read, because it's not very stimulating, cognitively. So you're dumbing the people down first out of sort of a fear of telling them too much. But then when you're actually dumbing the people down and they become less informed and so seemingly dumber, you start treating them even more dumber, and so they will be bogged down with exercises about green energy and climate change and blah 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 blah. And now I heard of someone whose child had to do a lesson on how to vaccinate, and and it's mind-boggling that it goes that far, that it goes into education. But where we should be teaching them, what is propaganda? How can you distinguish between a real news item and not a news item? But that we don't do, at least not as far as I'm aware at the moment.
Yeah, to me, and I think this, just like the reaction you saw here in the States, it's become obvious to the people that they have no representation, and that it's the government is actively working against the people now. They are not your servants. You have no outlet there. That it's just becoming overly obvious that both parties are working against the interest of the people. And that is a powder keg getting ready to blow up here.
Yeah, but a lot of people won't agree because they'll think the government is doing everything for them. You know, they're rolling out these vaccines really quickly for them, and they're doing these packages of what is it now, 2,000, or Biden has turned it down to 1,400 a month, or you know, in their perspective, the government is doing something for them, but it's all gaslighting. I mean, everything seems to be both. It's opposite at the same time these days. Whatever is sold to you as something that is good has a dark side.
Yeah, I mean, you see this. I've noticed that about. Well, you could take YouTube for an example. You know, look how it starts. It's all about you. It's all about Creative Commons. It's all about sharing. It's about everybody participating in something. It's all about you. And look how that's changed in 10 years. Now it's about being banned, about eliminating your comments, about, you know, strikes. You know, how's it's all part of a demoralizing game that they play on in the entry side of it. You know, giving you this, you know, this how it's going to be, how great it's going to be for you. Here are all the things that we're going to do for you, and then as soon as you sign up, it all changes, and by the end of it, you know, it's like, if you don't take this vaccine, well, then you don't get to buy groceries at the store. So it's just not going to work. I mean, they have forced it to a point where like I said before, where it's become obvious that the government is working against the interest of the people, and that is just not going to work.
Well, I hope so, that it's not going to work, but
yeah, I of course, you know, I look more into law, more into, you know, in depth into things than the average person. You know, I've been lucky to have time for a number of years to do that, or else I wouldn't be at this position. You know, when I was working hours and all this years ago, I didn't know what was going on because I at work 60, 70 hours a week. You know, I barely had enough time to come home, sleep, and go back to work. So people like that are just trying to live their lives, get ahead, and they don't really know what's going on. It's only when you step into activism or look into your government or things that are going wrong that you start to see these things and how it really works.
well, that's
And
because
then you have a
full-time
problem
job as well.
because it's, you know, what do you do about it? I've done some outrageous things in the past, you know, and I'm not sorry for anything that I've done, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't seem, just like this January 6th doesn't mean how clear the image is, or the point you're making, or what you do. All they know how to do is clamp down on you for daring to have the audacity to do that. How dare you question what we're doing? How dare you question how bad we're treating you? How dare you, you know, question Dr. Fauci about all his lies, and, you know, how dare you question Donald Trump about, you know, and then on the right, here's the cover up as well. It's like, how dare you question Donald Trump and anything he's doing? Well, he's done so many questionable things. How can you not question him, you know? And that started years ago. So he's part of the problem. I'm not worried about Donald Trump. You know, I lost it with him a long time ago. This is not about Donald Trump. This is about the integrity of the office. It's about following law. It's about those sort of things. It's nothing personal about anybody individually, or this is about what kind of process and government are you going to put up with? Because if you keep letting this go, and this keeps becoming the new normal, then you can just forget about the country that you used to have. If you're not going to fight against it, and it's not, your freedoms and rights aren't worth it, then you're going into a dark place. And that's where we're going.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, on that chirpy note,
You sounded tired already, Djamila. It's fine. It's fine.
I think I'm gonna call it a day, literally. Um,
Hey, we will discuss more about this later, and you should come back on air too.
okay. Well, thank you both very much for the interesting talk, and good luck in America and with your fight over there.
That's
And
what it's going to be. Alrighty, thank you.
okay. Bye bye. Thank you very
Bye.
much. Bye.
Okay, let me give out her Twitter real fast. Sorry, I was a little distracted by some crap. Yeah, I get a lot of crap all day, like,
On your Twitter,
yeah, Twitter, whatever, everywhere.
I can imagine.
So you find Djamila's Twitter juggling DJ UGGLING. So but you find it in the Twitter post too with the show. It is weird how bad we get censored with this show, Preston. This is like,
Yeah, it's. I mean, and this is. I mean, it's happening to all media. It doesn't. As soon as the best you can do is by starting a new channel, and before they have any metrics on you, get a word out, because the moment you do a couple of streams and they analyze it, well, then they've got you figured, and then it starts.
I know Tyler is back next week. He said he is. He has to wait till the 21st, I think. He had some issues, but he will be back then. I was expecting AK to join too, but I think he slept through his alarm again. Like, I told him we had a show tonight. He had a lot of stuff to say. Actually, he said like he had a lot of stuff about DC and all the things. I don't know. But
Yeah, no, he's always got that kind of like that news. Well, he is in the news media, but he's got a different take on things.
yeah,
He sees different things. Yeah.
yeah, I know you're pretty much a hardliner, right, on the right side. So yeah.
Yeah, I have to admit. Well, to me, it seems normal. That's just the way I think. I don't look at it as really a right wing extremist view myself, but I'm constantly reminded about how that is. How other people look at it. I don't.
Yeah, I have no problem with it. I
Eh.
know it's a big deal in the USA, but like, whatever a person votes for is not really a big deal in that sense in our country. I mean, it is all up to a person himself, and you have to just talk about different issues and whatever like economic policies you have, or like if you want a small government or a big government. This should all be open to talk about. It's not something you have to fight about. You have to debate and like think like, okay, so these are the pros and these are the cons. But in the US, you're dealing with a whole like a huge thing called like a polarization, right? You have two big parties, and one on the pretend left and one on the pretend right, and in the end, it's all just like one pizza with different slices with different names, but they're all the same pizza, and that is kind of weird. But
Well, that's
I know.
it. Yeah, they have successfully, what do you call them? Not factions. They're not parties anymore. They're more like factions or partisans than the old way. Say 40, 50 years ago, you had different parties, and there was this debate, and whoever kind of was the best debater, was, were the way things went, as long as they still more or less, fit into the scheme of law.
Yeah.
But
So
now everything's radicalized. People call me the radical right, or an extreme right winger. They have no idea about how radically left they have gone, and the mindset that is being created by doing all this. They have weaponized media to the point where they can get everybody polarized one way or the other, and all you hear is just all this, over and over repetitive bullshit, and there's just no way to beat it, man. As long as if you have media operations, here's the thing here. You have these allegedly huge media cable outlets that can only get a few million people in a country of 300 million. They're not, in a normal sense, they're not a legitimate, much of a legitimate source because you only have 1 or 2% of the people watching.
Hmm.
And yet, they're mainstream media, they're looked upon as authorities, and they can spew all this nonsense all day long, and whether they make money or not doesn't matter. They get so much money from behind in all these companies that they deal with, and promoted from the backside with government money now, and all these bailouts and all the rest of it, that there's no way to, you can decentralize, have all these other platforms and all, but they will still never look like what you are fed every day with these main channels, the main media. And alt media has been so, they've like kind of lost their mind too. They're because of the seriousness of it, they're having a hard time deciding what's right and what's wrong. Most of them are making the wrong decision, and it's just it's heartbreaking to see. But most people don't get it. They don't understand the seriousness of it, and
Yeah, yeah, no, and I had this discussion with lefties, right? People were promoting, for example, people like Tulsi Gabbard, for example, and they were like pretending to be against Joe Biden, but they were promoting Tulsi Gabbard, and it took me a whole, it took me hours or days, and I think some don't even still don't get it, that to explain that. You're talking about a political party. It doesn't matter what kind of individual you're talking about. They're all part of this party, and so you're dealing. So you look at it as a McDonald's, right? They're all different burgers of McDonald's, and Tulsi Gabbard just plays the McSalad, but she is still pulling you into that same fucking McDonald's. It's that easy. And if you're going to like donate to her stuff and you're donating to that same McDonald's. You're donating to Joe Biden. So every day you wasted on getting support for Tulsi, you were getting support for Joe Biden. You're getting support for the person who wins the eventual nomination. And it was never going to be that Tulsi Gabbard who is just playing that role of dissident, because that's a role. She is likely in her, because she affiliates with this party, is just as right wing as his right wing. I don't even see it there. He's just as she has the same opinions as Joe Biden, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't affiliate with it. She would step away from it. Or is that? Am I incorrect?
There are some things I like about Tulsi Gabbard. I mean, she's anti-war, against, and she's.
But is she really, or is she just? Is she really anti-war? Is she just? What I mean is she really anti-war, or is she appealing? Is she catering to the anti-war people to drag them into the Democrat Party, knowing that eventually Biden is going to get the nomination anyway?
Well, yeah. I mean, you could argue that. When you're in a primary, though, that's a little different. You're starting to feel out your candidates. Well, at least that's how it's supposed to be. It's pretty obvious that you're being given selections anymore. When you have Bernie Sanders, not that I like Bernie, but I mean, just you look at the numbers and the crowds, it's obvious Bernie Sanders was the candidate. And yet you're told that Joe Biden won. We've had the same thing on the Republican side, where years ago with Ron Paul, huge crowds, and then he gets ignored at the convention, and you get a Romney. That's not even believable. Nobody goes to a Romney or a Biden event, and yet you're shoveled these people almost as a test for the people who at the headquarters here of Democrat and Republican, to see if they can just force somebody on you, even though it's obvious that's not who you really want. And that's what you've seen here out of these parties for about, oh God, 10, 12 years now. It's really gotten bad. The obvious, and I've had other people that were in politics a long time. They mostly Republican. They were with Ron Paul, and they were just running through the numbers like, if you get so many people at an event, that equated to so many people in the real world. And, it was just like obvious he should have won. And yet you're told that it's Romney, for instance. No, nobody with a brain believes that.
Mm.
You still have to vote for him, Well, you don't have to, and I won't be any longer. We know the political game. I do believe there's some differences in candidates. If the problem with a lot of these people, when you join up with a party, you're expected to fall in line. And by falling in line, that doesn't mean following the party platform. You got to separate all these things that are going on, but it's not what you think. You're falling in line with some kind of unseen directive rather than falling in line with the platform, or falling in line with what people want, or following in line with what people voted for. And that's what's missing now. They do their own thing, just like this lockdowns and all the rest. It's like they're willing to trash an economy. They're willing to ignore their supporters. They don't care about your business. They don't care about your house or what you're losing. And it's just gotten real obvious. I mean, they're not working for you. They don't. In truth, neither party cares about this country anymore. I know the lefties are so brainwashed. They're into their. Both sides are into their factions. I will say, I think one side's more right than the other, at least at this point. But there's no way to get there as long as this is the case. As long as you have a legal system that won't even take up cases, as long as you have a representative body that doesn't represent you anymore, then it's over as far as I'm concerned.
You're right. And the corruption goes deep, right? It goes into everything, and it's politics, but it's also like you have the media empire that's completely corrupted. You have the tech corporations now completely corrupted. You have the medical system being involved, completely corrupted, and the lawyers completely corrupted. So, what do you have left? What you actually have left?
Yeah, I got in an argument with one of these lawyers the other day, and then he was actually pointing to the process of why it was legitimate that this was happening to Donald Trump, and I had to remind him, in a rather nasty way, that pointing to a corrupt system is not any kind of standard. That's not a standard of excellence. That's not a standard of anything. That's just pointing to what happened as if it's legitimate, and it's not. And if you want to keep following along and acting like, well, that's just the way it is, or that's just the way the legal system is, well then, at the rate this is going, you lawyers aren't going to be needed either. I don't know if they've thought about this, but we're getting to a point where, since cases aren't held and nothing needs to be argued in court, then we don't really need lawyers anymore. So you guys are going to be out of a job here pretty soon. I don't know if they've figured that out yet, but
yeah,
that's where you're at. It's just people want to live in this fantasy instead of owning up to what's going on and doing something about it and acting like an adult.
Yeah,
that's all it is. It's simple. It's just,
yeah, but then you have the masses, like I said before, like you have the masses being pulled into directions by these what is it, the influencers. They're influencers from the media and the so-called fake lefties and the fake righties. They have their own shows and their own stuff, and they pull people into certain directions. They always mention some things, never mention everything. They always push a controlled narrative that, okay, so they're savage on some things, right? And everyone loves it. They say like, oh, this person is so corrupt, and this person is such a corrupt politician, we might have to take that one down. But they're not talking about the full story. That is like, so they're always going to have you face the symptoms and not the cause of it. And that's how you recognize them. They will always focus on the symptoms. They will always point to one corrupt politician or they will to one problem. They will always focus on the fucking symptoms, and you see it everywhere. You watch all these shows on YouTube, you watch all these people on Twitter, whatever, and it's all these influencers, and you recognize them when they start talking about certain individuals and not about the root causes. The individuals don't matter. Their symptoms, they won't change anything. They're the end result, right? And that is like, okay, so we have an Iraq war, and we're going to like protest against the war, but we're not going to protest against the warmongers. We're going to say like, stop the war now, but not stop the people who caused the fucking war. Or we're going to defend Assange, but we're not going to actually focus on the people who are prosecuting him. We're not going to focus on the system that prosecutes him, not even the individuals doing it, but the system. That is the thing. That is you have these. That's a controlled opposition, the gatekeepers, and they will always have you push into a direction of a different symptom, and they will always keep you busy, and that's how the masses will not go protest. They will not come. They will not form a collective resistance, because they will always have their eyes focused on the symptoms, and that's what the system does, and what it's good at, and. I'm not even going to mention their names, but I think people will recognize it instantly now. If you listen to this episode, look at these broadcasts, look at your famous comedians, famous podcasters. Listen, if they start talking about the symptoms, but they're not talking about the root causes, you're dealing with the wrong people. You're dealing with gatekeepers. They protect the gate, and they're pushing you away like, I'm standing in front of this gate. Look at that direction. Look at that tree burning. Go run there, right? Don't go through this gate, but go run to that tree there. It's burning, right? Because we just threw a fire at it from behind the gate.
Yeah, if you listen to any of these big pundits, and they give away their with their blind spots and their biases, they kind of give away who they really are. You have to be read between the lines. And there's a lot of them. It's just there's some other agenda that they're worried about rather than what actually needs to be done. Take the facts and run with them in a normal way. It always gets twisted into some kind of strange. It's a fantasy world. I mean, you have to create, in order to do that, you have to create this fantasy world, and that's the misdirection you're speaking of. Always talk about the symptom instead of the cause. That's all true. I mean, that's exactly how they do it to you. And it's not that, but behind the scenes, government itself and government officials seem to intrinsically know to ignore the people, to play games, to play this game of keeping you fractionated and polarized and so forth. Somehow they're all on board with that. Whether they're left or so-called right, it's just that mindset of we're in control, you are not, is where we've gone here. And it doesn't matter, it no longer matters that you trash your own economy or cause people to lose their fortunes, or run people out of business. That doesn't seem to bother these people. And if you're just a scumbag bureaucrat who's been in government all your life, I guess that's how you don't really see how the real world works, and the result of your actions. It's they don't care, and it's
Yeah,
I think it's funny because I'm expecting all these politicians need to be very afraid, because you have gone into an area that is just so wrong that you can't expect a right response to it, or some kind of what you would think of as a reasonable response. I mean, when you do to people what you've done to this country, you are going something's going to happen to you. That's all I can say. I hope it does. I really do, because when the government fears the people, you have liberty, and when you fear the government, there is tyranny. That old line from 200 plus years ago is totally true, and we've just started that. You had all these politicians in the Capitol cowering. I mean, there's some great pictures of these cowards, hiding behind their desk, hiding under chair. It's just like, it's ridiculous. And so that fear is starting to be instilled in the government. They're pretty hard-headed. They don't get it. They don't like it. But you saw it as in their reaction. They are scared. They are scared of people coming for them. And that's where you're at. And they deserve everything they have coming.
You're right. Okay, I'm looking in the chat for a second now because a lot of stuff is being said.
Okay.
Boycott Fox News Network. Tulsi endorsed Biden. Yeah, that's true. Controlled opposition. Yeah. Q is no good because my left wing. Ralph Nader would have made a good presidential candidate. I actually liked him. Ron Paul back in the day led the fight against the IRS. See, and Ron Paul was a kind of like a true libertarian. He was against the Federal Reserve, and I think the Federal Reserve is one of the greatest issues the United States has at this point. I think already since 1913, and it was like the root cause for World War One, where fractional banking became like the new thing, and it took over economics.
Yeah, I agree with you there. That was a
yeah, because we have
they have all the money to use against you. That's what this is going to continue as long as your enemy and these rich bankers and all these fools have your money to use against you. This is going to continue on a grand scale. You take that away from them, and you'll start to see some change. Censor some of these media from the government side, and it's like, hey, you have to be equal and be fair, or you don't get to, you just don't get to be on air. That's the way it was years ago. It's like if you were like a radical channel or something, I mean, you just, whether you were left or right, you got censored. I mean, there was a respectable media what do you call it, middle ground that was where you wanted to be. Now it's just, and I think a lot of it, in this country is a problem with the CIA. Honestly, CIA infiltrated this media almost within a few years after they were created, and it's been all downhill since. I mean, by the by the early 70s, they had thousands of people in media already. At the highest, including the anchors and everything. So this is all known. It's like, I don't know why. And now it's just like obvious in your face. It's like, this isn't news. This isn't anything anymore. It's just like Ministry of Truth propaganda is what you get. And why so many people can't see it is beyond me. I mean, the fact that they will listen to such crap and follow along is beyond me. It works. Somehow it works. I don't get it.
Yeah, it does. People are very susceptible to trends and influence from people they look up to. And what I dealt with, this is the early days when talking about evil bankers was still considered a UFO and ghost topic. And so you had people losing their trust in the mainstream media, and then immediately jumping to new leaders in the alternative media, and they became like the new shepherds, right? And they usually had their own motives to do things. But if you look at the okay, so I wanted to mention this real fast about the Federal Reserve still, and that is the official history books teach us that World War One was started over the killing of a prince in Europe. It was shot, murder, and then everything went wild and everyone started fighting each other. The World War One started in 1914, and in 1913 the Federal Reserve was created. And the Federal Reserve removed the gold standard, the so-called Austrian economics, from the scene, and they did that, and a year later World War One starts, and surprisingly, or not surprisingly, the war was between, on one side, the countries embracing fractional reserve banking with the Federal Reserve, and on the other side we had Austria-Hungary, Germany, who were still having a gold standard, and they subscribed to Austrian economics. Now, and when they lost the war, Austrian economics was removed. This is World War One. This is not nothing to do with Hitler or whatever. This is World War One, and Austrian economics was removed. And after that, we had a complete takeover of the West by the Federal Reserve bankers, and now this was actually used by the Nazis in World War II to say like the bankers control everything. And that was the thing that they said, like, yeah, okay, so the Federal Reserve, and it was the American bankers controlling everything, and we Nazis are going to stop them, right? And that is how this populism movement was created there, in that sense, where they said, like, yeah, our goal will be to remove all the control by these bankers and bring back the control to Germany. And that is, people knew that the bankers, since the big crisis in 1920s, they were unable to get their money. They stood at the bank. Right now it would be the ATMs, but they stood at the banks in lines to get their money. They couldn't get it, and they started blaming the bankers. So they all started following people like Hitler, who also started to blame the bankers. That is how the populist Hitler got to power. So, of course, then when he got to power, he started abusing everything and murdering everyone. So, yeah, that's the thing. And now we are dealing with issues where, again, the control by bankers becomes visible, and populists and people jumping on that are not always the people you can trust either. There are people who also have very bad motives, and who are usually are often also involved with this whole fake banking scheme, with this whole fake economy thing, and they're involved with it, and they're also the ones who are saying, like, we have to abolish it and we have to create this whole new system. Now you see more and more people talking about the Great Reset and all these things, right? You see them talking about, yeah, the entire civilization is corrupted, all of the financial world is corrupted, the climate is being destroyed, we have to all go green banks now, everything is being destroyed, but we have the solution. We are going to create a new Great Reset, and we are going to offer you this. The thing is, what people don't realize is that the people offering the solution are the same people creating the problems. And so, and that is kind of like what I was going at with the whole Federal Reserve thing too. The bankers, the bankers, yeah. In 2008 we bailed them out with tax money, and now we can't bail them out anymore. So we're going to create this whole green revolution thing. So we push more tax money to them and bail them out in that way. We create forced tax money into them, and we're pushing more and more power to them, and they will be the ones running the new system when the Great Reset happens. So it's very easy. What can you do about it? That is going to be the big question. And
Well-
but it needs. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. See, if you let it fester and go on that long, this is what you get. If you actually let them be your boss, I don't know how it's set up over there exactly, but like say here, the Federal Reserve there's nothing federal about it, and there are no reserves. But what they are is an entity created, out of the Congress and so forth. And yet now we have the bankers telling the Congress that they have no right to audit them. We don't have to listen to you. We're a separate agency, like a quasi this, quasi that, private. It's public when they need money, and it's private when there's profits to be handed out. And somehow that is allowed to stand. I have no idea. You would think there'd be enough people with enough integrity in government to actually, put an end to it. It's like, look, you guys are totally out of control. You're spending money you don't have. It's all fake. We have to get control of this or you're going to bankrupt this country. Even the fact that it could bankrupt the country doesn't matter to these people. And that's just totally baffling. It's like, are you really going to let a bunch of scumbag bankers who don't give a shit about you take your money and use it against you? But that's where we're at, Mark. As long as people are going to be feckless, cowardly, and pathetic, this is going to continue and get worse.
Yeah, and the thing is also, they have the loyalty to each other. They all know each other. They're forming well-controlled little groups, and they know exactly what they want. They have a very clear view of the world in that sense, and they're pushing it, and they're doing it systematically, pushing all the buttons they can push, and they're moving forward. We don't have a united resistance against this at all. We have different gatekeepers leading their little groups astray. Like I said, focusing on the burned trees and not on what's behind the walls. No, that's not going to happen. What we need is actually a united resistance, non-partisan resistance, right? You need a resistance that fights against the root causes. And that has nothing to do with politics even. The politicians are just another symptom of it. They're being put into place by these people. Like, you get to vote, you get to choose from people, but who selects the people you get to choose from? Do you ever even think about that? It's like, okay, you can choose between 10 different politicians. The DNC just put out 10 different politicians, and they're all having their own little funny story. The Republicans do the same thing. Always the same faces, always the same families though. But who decides who you can choose from? And that is behind the scenes is a whole different selection process. And you're not getting to choose from 350 million Americans. You have 350 million Americans. Everyone should get an equal chance, to be honest, in a true fair election. So you're gonna get it. You can choose from 350 million people. No, you can choose from 10 different people, and they're being put in power. Like in a real fair election, would you really have a George Bush and then his son being a president, or would you really have a Bill Clinton and then his wife running for president in a real fair system?
Yeah. No, I mean that's just. That wouldn't happen because nobody likes dynasty. Well, they say they don't. They don't like dynasties and they don't like this nepotism, or not oligarchs, but more like what America has turned into is a plutocracy, and that's a government by and for the rich. That's the only concern anymore. There's. Well, let me throw this story. I was going to throw this story out there. How deep it is this? I've known people that have gone into politics, have gone through the process. They can tell you like how things work behind the scenes and all this, and what they enter into as a politician that gets elected. Well, even in the process, you're only allowed to, like if you go to these conventions. I have several, whether they were Democrat or Republican conventions, you know they have all these lines stepped out where certain people can go, certain people can only go into certain areas, other people can't. They have it all figured out how you're not gonna interrupt their show. And you listen to this and it's just like, so there's, even at the convention there's no debate, the rules committee ignores you. It's like, so there's an obvious hierarchy of that's the bureaucracy that gives you this hierarchy, and there's no fighting that either. It's all the big money. It is what it is. So they get into office and they're confined to this little area of operation that they can impact somehow, and it just even at their level, it really doesn't go anywhere. They're so like they put blinders on them, and it's like, here's the only thing you're allowed to do. It's just like, well, you think, well, I'm a elected representative of state, U.S. Congress. It just doesn't go very far. If you get out of line, just like Trump a little bit, he gets out of line with his people, or for whatever reason they're ditching him, then you're gone. And we'll put in our next puppet. Crazy Joe, he doesn't even know what planet he's on. He can't speak, even when it's put in front of him in a teleprompter. And you're telling me people voted for that? There's no way.
No.
So it's all pre-planned. Once you're in a pre-planned, like matrix / coded program, and there's no go-to anywhere other instruction, then you're just a puppet in the game. And I've heard this from enough angles now to know that there are leaders and bosses behind the scenes, and they don't change. They're at another level that run all this nonsense that you see. They've turned the government and the process that it was supposed to be into this corrupted system of their own, where they just constantly put in their compromised puppets. And that's what you get.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you keep the illusion up by using the controlled media, but also like making these election things so big that everyone is involved with it. Like everyone has these banners up and these things, and then you have the resistance against it doing the exact same thing. Like I said, like focusing on the symptoms again, always mentioning one politician and as being the problem, always mentioning one issue one politician says as the problem. But they're all, in the end, they're all moving in a certain direction, and it's always going to be the same. But I see in the chat there's a lot of things again. One person says alternative currency was supposed to be our great hope against the banking system, but now even banks are starting to move into the blockchain technology. What do you think about that?
The problem with cryptos and the alternative currencies is that kind of falls in line with what they've wanting to do to you for a long time. They want you to get away from they want to get away from cash, because that's something they can't track and control you with if there's free money around. So even the establishment has want to go to some kind of digital type currency. And yeah, on one side I see it offers you a little bit of freedom, but it also seems to play into their own game. And knowing how big money works, it's like once something gets big enough and it's getting into a danger zone that they don't like, they just buy it up and take control, and then you're done. Look at all these, websites are like that. They can be good for a while, and then here comes somebody offer them $1 billion. Well, hell, I'd say, wait, if somebody offered me $1 billion for some shitty social media website, I'd take it. It's like, yeah, I'm done. Like $1 billion, and then there they own one more thing and squeeze it down. And so, as long as money interests are going to be allowed to continue their type of banking and their type of criminality, and that's the other side of it. As long as they're going to be allowed to be criminals, this is going to continue. If you don't have a legal system that's interested in stopping this, and I mean in a as it happens, not like, say here we've you've been in lockdown since March, and you don't have any reasonable pushback legally on any of this nonsense. You've had, like, say here in Texas, it took them 2 months. See, this is how slow government operates. So you've already been locked down for about 2 months. The Texas Supreme Court, in their wisdom, comes to the conclusion that there are no pandemic exclusions to the Texas Constitution. That's in May. But does that and they're not rulings. Does that opinion go anywhere? Does it have any impact on anything? No. And why is that? You're the top of the legal system. You've made this decision, so why don't you enforce it? And yet nothing happens after that. State is allowed to do what they're doing. The governor, it can just keep kicking out mandates. Well, that's not legal either. Governors just don't get to do that. So the whole process is corrupted, and it's only corrupted because you have feckless, spineless cowards who will not enforce the law, who will not limit the executive branch, who's and as long as that's the case, it's just a criminal empire. There's no point in there's nothing you as a citizen, you don't have any representative as a citizen against this. And that's the problem. They're more concerned about companies being allowed to do whatever they want instead of stopping them from their criminality. That's kind of the bottom line right now. And to the point where they can censor a president. I mean, let's get real. That's unheard of. It doesn't matter who the president is. You just don't do that. But they have no problem doing that. It's all about forcing you into what I would call the leftist world. That's what they want. They want to be in control. They want to tell everybody else what to do. It's corporate, authoritarian, leftist type authoritarian thinking that's dominating everything right now. And even the right, I don't see any right-wing government in the world, honestly. They're just all, if there is the fake, right, they just go along with it. So there is no there's no opposition.
No, there isn't.
And the people here see that now. It's like it's us against them, and them is anybody that gets in the way of freedom. That's what you're up against.
Yeah.
So get ready.
Yeah, so that's the thing. That's also a bipartisan issue, I guess, or like a whatever part you're talking about. You have a movement that is authoritarian, and you have a movement that is libertarian. And I'm not talking about the libertarians as a political group. No, I'm talking about people who want more authority and people who want more liberty. And you have them present in all political parties, among all politicians. And you can call them a lobby group, you can call them a network, whatever you call them, but they want more authority, and that is their end goal. And in whatever way they achieve it, that's up to them. They use so many different methods to do it. And you see that you look at the social media censorship right now, that is a part of it. And even though that is being done by the Californian left, so to speak, these Californian left are just part of the authoritarian, in this case Biden group, right? Who literally said that he wanted to reshape free speech laws. So yeah.
Yeah. I see it in every country. I mean, I definitely see it coming out of Europe. I mean, it's happening here. Oddly enough, the president of Mexico, who I look at as kind of a pathetic in a way, democratic socialist, even he gets that this is a problem. So what does that tell you? When the guy who I don't like makes more sense than the people here, it shouldn't be happening that way. There's no way somebody and calls it a holy inquisition on top of that, which it is. It's more like an inquisition than anything else. There's unspoken rules. It's like, you go around thinking and saying things and on with your life, and the next thing you know, there's people who don't like that, who can have you kicked off of sites, dox you, get your job taken away. I mean, it's just a dangerous way of thinking, man. I don't, people have fallen into that mold like it's some way to, especially like on Facebook, getting people's accounts censored and shadow banned and all this and kicked off. It's just, as a way of operating, not only at a government level but personally, and it backfires on just about everybody I've seen. It's just like, so as soon as somebody figures out that's being done to them, they go out and create 10 fake accounts and do it to the other guy, and next thing you know, neither one of you are on Facebook. So how does that make sense?
No, I agree with you.
It's people are falling for a mindset, and more than anything, a mindset and a way of doing things that allows this to happen. And until that changes, it's going to get worse.
Okay, so someone in the chat.
No,
someone in the chat didn't listen to what I said. He said, someone in the chat says authoritarian is left wing only to the speaker. Interesting, fails to see right wing authoritarian. No. Authoritarianism is also in the right wing. It was George Bush and the conservatives who created the Patriot Act and everything. That is also authoritarian. What I'm saying is authoritarianism is visible in both sides. It's visible in all sides of politics. It is a movement that infiltrates all political parties, and it promotes authoritarianism instead of libertarianism. And it's not just the left. When I look at the old Berkeley left, the free speech movement, it was the anti-segregation movement in the 60s and led by Mario Savio, for example. They did like anti-segregation things and pro-free speech. Now you see free speech is being tormented by that same left wing, and that is not because the left wing is suddenly authoritarian. No, it's because there is an authoritarian force active inside the left wing, but also in the right wing. They're on both sides.
Well, if you're a true right winger, that wouldn't happen. What has happened here is people who claim to be right wing, like the Republicans, are not. It's a fake left-right paradigm, and it's really a left-left paradigm. There are no true right-wing parties in America. And
okay, well, you have to define that.
How long it's been since that's the case, but
you can define that better.
And that's in the. What's that?
You can define that more, because when you say that, it's like, okay, with the true right you mean, I think the libertarians, right, who want like a small government and more freedom.
No. Yeah. If you look at the scale of, if you have a true, this is the way I learned it. You have a scale from left to right, and on the left side is authoritarianism, like communism, fascism, socialism, anything that is a collectivist type way of operating is an authoritarian system. You are you live, but the all the way to what we call a true right-winger is actually an anarchist. An anarchist believes in total freedom with no limits on their freedoms. Well, that's another area. Even an extreme right wing is where you don't want to be either, because that gives the person the ability to do anything they want. Well, they're just going to go crazy. So the idea of limited government, constitutional government, is to have freedom plus morality. Freedom plus morality equals liberty, and that's about the best you can do. There has to be some kind of rules for the road. You don't just let people in their individual freedoms do whatever they want. So there has to be some rules, but the idea is to limit them so that you have limited government and the most freedom that you can have without interfering with others. The idea is supposed to be to have as many individual freedoms as you can, as long as you don't impact others. and their freedoms. That's the best you can do. And that is so far from where we're at that it's not even funny. We're into authoritarian, leftist type collectivist thinking. Even here, I mean, we're not. America is not right wing anything. We're very left wing, especially now. Very authoritarian. Very much loss of freedoms. Hey, when somebody's locking you down, you're not free. You're in jail. All right. Lockdown is a term that is used for people that are in jail. So it's not too hard to figure out. You do have to think about it, though. It's just like, what type of government do you want to have? Do you want to be a complete putz and have the government do everything for you and send you checks and you have no responsibility and you just, I don't know, shoot drugs all day, drink coffee? I mean, I don't know. Or do you want to you take responsibilities in your life? Now it's up to you to find out a way to pay for your retirement, take care of your medical, but it's all on you. The advantage there is you now don't have to pay for a government that is just sucking off your money for what's it called? Just the management of everything and the wasteful way they do things. That just costs you more and more taxes. The more you have them do, the more it costs you, the less you really get. So there's a choice to be made. Most people are making the wrong choice. I don't know if that answered your question, but that's my way of explaining my left-right and how it's a fake left-right paradigm, because it's actually, communist pointing at fascist, talking about who's the bad guy, and communist pointing at fascist as if that's right-wing. That is not right-wing. That is left-wing. And that's where people get really scrambled up. They can't figure out politics because they've never thought about it long enough to understand how politics work.
I agree. So we have Laser Sep saying an anarchist is a right-winger who still will give socialism a go. When you question an anarchist about the lifestyle of anarchy, they describe socialism with rules. Yeah, can't disagree.
Yeah, I have noticed that. Yeah, the anarchist label gets thrown around a lot, and they've tried to change the definition as well, but I always go back to the classic. Well, it's like the classic definition of terrorism is an act that the government does against the people. And they've totally twisted that now to where you are the domestic terrorist. You are the terrorist against us. It's totally backwards.
Yeah, the thing is, what I see with anarchists, I don't see many anarchists. What I see is anarcho-communists and anarcho-capitalists. Now that is a very big difference, and that is the fact that they use anarchism as a method to achieve communism, or they use anarchism as a method to achieve pure capitalism. Now, when the end goal is anarchism, you don't have any hierarchies. So socialism that doesn't exist, because you don't provide your stuff to the state, who then divides whatever you gain. That is not that's a hierarchy. So what you have in pure anarchism is a right to self-determination. It's not like literally the word anarchy means no hierarchy. You have a monarchy with one leader. You have a hierarchy, meaning like a pyramid. You have anarchy, meaning there is equality. So that's very simple. It's in the word. But you have different flavors of anarchism, and yeah, okay. So this is so in short.
Well,
go ahead.
That's how people get scrambled up and get lost. Because if you haven't thought about the groups that you're joining up with, you're going to get in trouble. Because you think, well, this guy's got great ideas. They want to do this for me. They want to do that, and then you go over anarchists for them, not understanding what their true motives are and how they operate, then you're going to get in trouble. You're going to get in trouble with just about any political organization right now, because none of them are honest about what they're doing and what they're up to. I don't see it. You have liars and manipulators and it's just like these events. It's like the both sides have learned. It's like, hey, if you want to kind of screw the other guy, you just mix into their event and then do stuff and get them in trouble by provocateuring. Just like the rights claiming the people that were at the Capitol are blaming these guys. And sure, there's some infiltrators. I mean, there was. So what? And you're not going to stop it. But the tactic itself is pretty effective because you can have these media people who are just waiting for any little thing to happen to point. It's like, oh, look what they did. Well, that could be provocateurs, whether they're government or Antifa or whoever they were. But you don't look at the body as a whole of like this was like 0.01% of the people out of a million that did this. Then come on, let's get serious. Most people wanted to do this. You had some leadership there like Alex Jones and some of his crew that are now trying to create alibis for themselves about how they bring this event to DC and they pay for it and promoted everything, and now they're not responsible for what happened. Well, if they were just stand-up guys that would own up to what they really wanted to happen and just, hey, yeah, okay, it happened. We have no problem with it. Well, then that would be the end of it. But if you're going to act like a ninny and a scared little coward and start making up these stupid stories and pointing at people and setting them up, trying to create an alibi for yourself, well, then you're just a piece of shit. That's all you are. You were just gaslighting your followers and everybody else about what you were really there for. Maybe you didn't even know. But you can't. This is how, there was multiple things that happened that day, but it was just a total betrayal. Whether you were looking at the president who tells you to come there and then throws you under the bus an hour or two later after something happens that they don't like, or Alex Jones, the promoters, doing the same thing. Well, then who is there to believe in? You're not getting any representation from your government. They won't fight for you. In fact, they're such cowards. They won't even fight against the machines, the voting machines that work against them, Mark. I mean, these people have a death wish. They've had a death wish and a plan to lose in the Republican Party for 50 years that I've warned them about for a long time, and they just don't get it. The enemy's on the march, and you guys do nothing. Oh, that's amazing. After you were given it all in 2016, you act like there's nothing you can do? Well, then this process is a sham.
Yeah. I agree with you.
Let me say, because I've known enough, I disagree with what I call leftist and certain groups, but I'm amazed by how many similarities and how many things they actually do have in common. They know they're getting screwed by the government. That's obvious. They might disagree on who the individuals are, but they can at least see that they're being screwed over. They want to have their freedoms, their freedom to speak, and both sides are this way. So where does that get lost? How come you can have all those things kind of similarities, and yet by the end of it, with just a few more like, but I don't like your guy. Oh, you're a fascist, and then now it's all lost because you're pointing at some guy you want to be an enemy. Does that make any sense? Where does that come from? You want to have your free speech, but then I'm going to limit this guy's free speech. Well, you're just a damn hypocrite. That's what you are. Whether you know it or not, I mean, that's what all these Antifa idiots who point at somebody as a fascist and then go over there and punch him in the face. Well, you're just a piece of shit. You don't make any sense at all.
Okay, so in the chat says, I wish we could all unite against authoritarianism, left and right. I think that's the solution. Yeah.
In all its forms, yeah. At this point, you either want to be free or you want to be a slave. What's it going to be? You want to get that check from the government? You want to continue that? Then you're going to continue to be a slave. If that's, how you think. In an angelic world that we will be going to hopefully when we die, maybe that can take place. But that's not going to happen here. That's not realistic. Where you expect a government body or some individual to care about you and write you a check, take care of your medical, do all these things, and then do it efficiently. Don't be a typical wasteful government. I mean, none of that even makes sense. It's not going to happen that way. They're going to continue being corrupt. They're going to continue being wasteful. They're going to continue spending your tax money more than they should. They don't do anything proper or smart. So, to me, that's why you don't want to ever give your government permission to do any of that, because they're just going to abuse it, and sometimes it takes longer than others. But that's where you're headed.
Yeah. Yeah, so I was just thinking about some people make like socialism comments and collectivism comments and anarchism. Like in before World War II, you had during it too, you had the international communism movement. You had two big streams. You had the Marxists, and the Marxists were statists, and you had the Bakunin subscribers. Bakunin was known as a so-called anarchist communist, and Marx he advocates for giving the power to the state in that sense, and then the state equally dividing things, and in that state you have the workers' movements being the most powerful force in the state, and in Bakunin was like an off-grid kind of communist, saying like we need off-grid communities, not with country borders, but you need small off-grid communities, people living in communities together, right, and sharing stuff, growing food, whatever. And Bakunin lost that because he didn't show up at a big vote, and Marxists won at this vote, and then Bakunin was banished. And later on we did see like one Bakunin revolution in Ukraine, and they actually fought against the Red Army, against the Soviets, and that was kind of the end of it. The anarchist movement was gone, right? Now you see like a new kind of anarchism that is seems to embrace in the U.S. Seems to embrace a form of communism, which to me is very interesting, because if you look at the Red Army, communism was the complete opposite of anarchism. The complete opposite. It's like one of the most oppressive systems there ever was, right? And there's absolutely no self-determination at all, right?
Yeah, that's why you're pointing out how people get scrambled up. They want certain things, and then they join up into a system that really is not going to give them what they want. The anarchism part of it might, but the communism won't. That's the other thing I was going to mention when you were mentioning like World War One in that period was the Russian Revolution, and that was another one where the rich bankers from New York City were funding that against the Russians. That's how this takeover of banking destroyed most of this planet in 100 years. If you give these people unlimited access to use your money against you, they will. They know exactly what they're doing. There's something about a criminal that understands the criminal. Not that there's any honor to it. Don't get me wrong, but there's a mindset there, and criminals kind of intrinsically know when to hit. Like it's like a lion going after a weak animal or something. They intrinsically know what to do in a collective fashion. That's what's weird about it, because on the opposite side, you see the disorganized public who wants all these things, and yet they can't get together when most of it they all agree on. Nobody wants to get fucked over. Everybody wants their speech. It's just that some are willing to snuff your speech because they don't like something they say, but they have to have their own. It's just, it turns into that hypocrisy, and that's how well, that's how you know when it's gone wrong. As if, or somebody's just full of shit. Basically, is if they spew something like that. If it's, and I've known several people like this. They believe in their free speech. They believe they can say anything that they want to say, even if it's weird. But you can't say anything against it, and you don't get to say anything against it. That's basically what it is. So it's a authoritarian type of barking orders mandate. It turns into, you listen to what I say. I'm not interested in listening to what you say. Despite the fact that you say you're for free speech, you're only for your free speech. You're not for the other guy's free speech. And that's what makes you a hypocrite immediately. And that's the left. That's the authoritarian left. And it just goes on and on. So it goes from your speech to banking to kicking you off the internet to taking we'll just take the money out of your bank account. We'll just take your business away from you. It's just like it's no big deal. That's just what good people do, Mark.
Yeah.
They believe that shit.
Yeah.
I've
Terrence is actually saying something in the chat. The first step in controlling the people is to control the media, not only censoring but making journalists fear speaking the truth, whether it is illegal surveillance, corrupt wars, or movement of money. They all rely on that first step, which is always controlling the media and controlling journalism. Yeah. I mean, I think we talked about that also, like on the show already, like different words, but I think we already talked about that. I agree with it fully.
Yeah, corruption of the legal system, control of the media. Boy, I mean that. But that all came from their ability to do that without regard to any concern comes from the fact that they control the money. You've allowed a small group of bankers to operate against you with your money for so long and create all these systems, and now you're just not needed. They can have that system and keep it funded, and they don't need you anymore. They're certainly not interested in hearing your opinions, but if you let that fester and go on for 100 years, this is what you got.
Yeah. And guys, if you want us to mention anything on air, just say it. We would talk for hours and can mention anything. No censorship here. We always get ourselves pulled offline. Anyway. It's funny.
Well, I mean,
I think we lost like 3 episodes now, but I was always able to recover them. But,
yeah. I heard Periscope's going down, so that's too bad.
Yeah, we always have Twitch and vk.com too, where our episodes are also on. So yeah, Mad Mom says, "As the world burns," great show. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, how odd is it? Actually, see better social media in Russia, like RT for news is better than American shit. I mean, this is amazing.
Okay, but I have to put a disclaimer on that, and that's because, like, okay, so when you talk shit about the US, of course, RT is going to talk shit about the US, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So if you you want to have a lot of truth about what goes on and what goes wrong in the United States society, yeah, you can look at RT because they benefit from it, right?
Yeah.
Si bono. But if you want to talk shit about Russia, which happens a lot too in the US, then you can also look at CNN, right? If they will talk a lot of shit about Russia, what Putin is doing wrong or whatever. But I can tell you right now, you look at the Committee to Protect Journalists website, that 58 journalists died in Russia over the last decade. So I'm not going to say like, okay, they're going to complain about Assange. Yeah, very bad story. And the US is fucking over journalists, and you have other examples of that too in the US. But Russia isn't too friendly with journalists either. Like, It's just not going to happen.
No, well, yeah. Well, and that's kind of how you keep track of like the parties here. You can always count on MSNBC talking better about Republicans and what they're doing. You can go to, well, you used to be able to go to Fox and they'd point at the other, so you could keep all your officials under wraps because they were both pointing at each other, snitching on them, which was good because then you keep everybody honest. Now I don't know. It's like now it's kind of weird. Trump can get exposed. Can't really do anything about that. Biden and his son get exposed and all this criminality, and it's just like you get to know about it, but you don't really get to do anything. It's just like, the AG looked at it and he doesn't see anything wrong. So it's just like within their hierarchy, they will put up with anything. They're at a level where their criminality is okay.
Yeah.
That you don't get to talk about.
Yeah. Yeah, just real quick about that. Okay, someone wants me to say Putin again. I'll say Putin again. I'm not saying Russia is worse than other countries. I mean, the authoritarian governments are all doing the same thing. I was laughing on. This isn't even funny, but this isn't even funny, but this was so bad. I was actually laughing about this. So I saw Stella Moore is posting this whole thing about Assange, right? And I see below her, replying, a Chinese politician, and this Chinese politician was saying this is torture about the Assange situation. Now, I was stopping myself. I had to contain myself. I had to stop myself from not replying to this guy, saying you're literally harvesting organs from Falun Gong people. You're literally putting Uyghurs, Muslims in camps and torturing them. What the hell are you even talking about? Why would this guy was a Chinese politician, and it literally said on his profile, Chinese government affiliated account, right, on Twitter. You have that these days. They put that on. But this guy was complaining about the Assange, but these people are literally killing hundred thousands of people in their country. And under Mao, they killed 60 million or what was it? Some would say 60 million. Some would say even more.
Yeah.
You have
he probably has to say that, or the party's going to frown upon him. He got a few brownie points there for doing that. But it's just it's that cognitive dissonance again. It kicks in. It's just like what you're doing is bad, but what we're doing is not, even though we're doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Or less. Just the lies. It's just, come on. That's why you can't have a reasonable conversation with any of these people.
It's almost like they're saying. It's almost like they're saying, okay, we're murdering people, but look at that guy, he's doing it too, right? So I'm okay. It's okay for me to do it.
Yeah, it's a kind of diversion, and at the same time, it's a compliance. It's like, well, hey, we're both doing it now, so I guess it's okay, kind of aspect to it. But yeah, the diversion is like, yeah, look at him, not what I'm doing. But it's just so laughable. It's just like, come on, anybody that knows or has been looking at media for any length of time knows what's going on. It's just the level of lies and hypocrisy that these people put up with. And then they'll puffy chest, stuffed shirts and empty suits, telling you all this crap, and none of them are honest.
I see in the chat that people say I agree, I like RT for the content, documentary, there was a documentary exposing it as psyops. It is psyops, it is listed as one of the 20 most important companies of the Kremlin on the Kremlin website. It is obviously used by the Russian government, but that's not to say that their information is bad. I mean, when you expose the bad things the West does, what the America does, these people are on the front lines. They have good researchers. They have intelligence in looking into that stuff, and they're exposing it. But it doesn't clean their own sheet, right? And you have to realize, governments, and Russia is not special. That is the worst country ever. No, but all these big governments, these oppressive governments, are doing the same thing in their own way, and Russia is no exception to that. They're also be oppressive in their own way. There is very, yeah. I know that there's people.
Now, how do you explain? People will point to this in two different ways. On one side, they will say, "Well, how could 150 countries all at the same time decide to do this globally, like on this COVID lockdown?" I say, well, that just kind of shows you that there is collusion going on and that people are bought off on a global scale because UN kicks out some kind of, one country starts going along or we kick it off and it's under some UN mandate. Well, then everybody does it, and then they'll turn around and act like there's no collusion or nobody's working together. Well, obviously there is, because if 150 plus countries do it all at the same time, something's going on. And they all do the same thing. They're all on board. That just doesn't even make sense. With all the differences that there are with people and countries and everything, and just the races, it's like, how could you all get on board with the same bullshit? That doesn't even make sense. It just unless you're all paid off, which they could be. I mean, because these guys have such money now. Even like Gates, he can throw money at the WHO, and he's their best buddy. Like, well, he's an average Joe. Why all of a sudden do you just follow everything he does because he gave you a bunch of money? I mean, that's the corrupting influence of money among people that are spineless. They'll gladly take that money and do something wrong. Somebody else, how it's really supposed to work. It's like, okay, like say the American system, it's like, okay, you're allowed to lobby your public officials. That's fine. You can throw all the money you want out in front of him. He can take it. But the moment he does something wrong with it, now he's the bad guy. If he just takes your money and says, okay, I'll do the best I can for you, but I'm not going to change the laws of this country so that you can just rape and pillage, But these guys will. They're totally feckless. That's not a problem. That's the problem. See, the money's an issue, and what these guys want to do with it. But at the same time, you have that receiving end who's more than willing to take a small amount of money and just totally jack over their population. And that's what has to change. Because if you're on the other side of it, it's like, okay, you say, well, lobbying is bad, so we have to get rid of lobbying because look what happens. Now you don't have any access to your public officials.
Yeah.
So that's no good either. You have to have people with morals and integrity and ethics, or else they're going to take that money and use it against you.
Medication time, he says. Now let me look TV. Okay. Yes, people say anyone can work for RT. I know a few. Someone went to Hungary with RT. I'm not saying you shouldn't use these outlets, by the way. If they give you a voice and you can use it to spread certain information, then by all means use it. I mean, they have some followers, but it doesn't mean you have to promote everything they do, right? They have their own policies on things and their own motivations to do certain things, right? But if you can use it as an outlet and they offer you an outlet, then just use it. I mean, whatever.
Sure.
But there is one thing to say for that. Okay, but this is a very bad comparison, maybe in this day and age. So, let's say when Nazi Germany was in power of the world, right? In at least in Europe, they were in power. They had all the control of the propaganda machine. Now, when they would talk shit about another government, and they would actually, and this would actually be the truth for once, if they would have a, let's say, Nazi Germany kills journalists, but at that point, let's say the United States killed a journalist, and Nazi Germany would say, look, the United States kills a journalist, and you're going to be go on Nazi Germany propaganda machines to talk about the US killing journalists. Well, in the history books, you will be on that Nazi Germany propaganda machine talking about American journalists, right? That's also how you have to look at it. You're affiliating with things. Do you really want to affiliate with it in the long run? And I'm not going to compare RT to Nazi Germany at all, but it was just really like an exaggeration, right? I mean, obviously they're not doing like some kind of genocide or whatever at this moment, but just saying like, do you want to affiliate with everything a certain state pushes out? And that's the same as going on CNN. Do you want to affiliate with whatever CNN puts out, and would you want to be in history as affiliating with that? But that there is like that's the downside of it. But on the upside of it is that if people outlets give you a chance to publish your information, and you want this truth to get out, and it's very important for you this truth gets out, and they allow you to speak freely about it, yeah, then maybe this truth is enough reason to do it. Perhaps that's true, but that's a decision you have to make yourself. I don't affiliate with anything. I mean, I'm an anarchist. I hate all the states. I hate all the media. It doesn't matter to me. We just make our own shit, and if people share it, it's up to them. Like I don't. We never accepted money either. We never accept any donation. Nothing. Just it only costs shit. So yeah.
Yeah, there's a tendency to group someone. Let's say you do go to an RT state to put out a story, and then they say, "Oh man, you went to RT, and now therefore you're a Russian agent," or something. It expands into this nonsense, and all you were trying to do was get your story out. I will say that most media is, of course, they're all manipulative, but I wouldn't hold it against anybody, to try to get the word out, no matter what outlet you use. So use everything that's available, especially nowadays, as limited as it's getting, you better. But not to lump, unless they prove themselves over time, like, okay, they had a story there, you actually decided to, like, be a reporter or work for them or something. Well, now even that, I mean, you can work for, you can be a policeman or work for FBI or something. It doesn't necessarily make you a bad guy. There's a lot of good guys and bad organizations. I mean, we all have to survive in this world. So you have to really look at individuals, and it takes a long time to sort all that out. But what seems to happen more than anything, especially among the political class and media, is to lump you into all these negatives as they can to make you look to minimize your credibility. That's a great tactic almost all media outlets use, is to diminish the object or diminish the interviewer because it makes them look more authoritative and as a source. And no matter who you are, that's kind of used against you. It can also be twisted into promoting as well. You see that with politicians. It's like no matter where they associate with, they will laud that candidate over the other. So once you see that, then you know how a person is. But I see a lot of people that are afraid to even get in the news. They're afraid people will see, and then they get bashed. No matter what you say or do, you're going to get bashed from some other angle or the other side. So I just do the best you can, but not to worry about too much what people say, because it's all just, you got to get the word out. Whatever it is you're trying to put out, just if it's a truth, then get it out.
Now, in the case of Assange, it is especially difficult. There is like the third thing. This is like a personal geopolitical theory. I posted this on Twitter. So you have the whole Red Scare thing going on in the USA, right? Now, in the case of Assange, it was Interpol asking for his arrest. Both the US and Russia are members of Interpol, and WikiLeaks exposed things about both the US and Russia, and they were both demanding for his arrest. Now, on one side we see the US asking for extradition. On the other side we see RT or Raptly and all these people affiliating, getting real close to Assange and at least saying they support him, right? Now, all that the U.S. politicians need is the story that Assange is part of the Russians, right? That he's affiliating with Russians and has to do with that whole DNC stuff and the fake Russia narrative that WikiLeaks worked together with the Russians and all that stuff. And when they push that among their politicians and their people, they're going to get the support they need to have him extradited. And my personal theory was that they're playing a soccer game. They're pitching. They're helping each other, right? One side plays the good cop, the other side plays the bad cop. Now, if that is true, then it would mean that outlets like RT and Raptly, etc., are detrimental to the defense of Assange. The more they affiliate with him, the more excuse the US gets to extradite him. Now, this is a personal theory. I don't. I'm not fully convinced of it that the Russian government is doing this together with the Americans, because it's also a huge scandal of the that happens in America and the UK, and it is rightfully. They would be rightfully pointing it out, and they would be in their rights to show it to us. So, if the Russia is truly independent and not affiliating with the US, then they're doing a good thing to support him. If this is working together with them, they're also doing it in exactly how they are supposed to do it. So this is a matter of interpretation, and it's very difficult. It's geopolitics.
Yeah. Now, how I could see. I've never really heard this angle of Russia wanting to get Assange, to Assange.
Well, no, he was on the Interpol arrest list in 2010. I mean, there is this Interpol arrest list, and Interpol is a group of 96 countries, and both Russia and the US are in it. So they both agreed to have him arrested. In that sense.
Okay, that's good.
That's the 2010, right? I'm not sure what happens now, but in the end he's arrested. So yeah.
Yeah, I would see there being a difference between, I mean, any America being authoritarian, they're going to want Assange, the Russians, being big governments that want to be able to do what they want to do no matter what, they're both going to want him out of the picture because they like doing things their way without any lip or people getting in the way. So and you see that's why you see the UK going along with it too, because the monarchy loves to shut people down and do whatever they want, no matter what. So if from the aspect of the government, a corrupt government, of course they would want that to be the case. But the media, for them to expose it and then at the same time want to get to them. I kind of have to separate the media and the government in that case because they seem to be conflicting. It's if they were truly working with the government, they would be bad-mouthing them and minimizing the message rather than trying to promote it. I think because it works so much more against the U.S. than Russia, they're interested in promoting it more than hiding what's going on. But I don't know, man. These intelligence agencies and governments have some really scrambled up ways of looking at things, and all this other cloak and dagger nonsense. So who knows?
Okay. Let me look. If he says interesting take. My gut feeling is that if there is a hand in his coverage, is to shame the US and the UK. That is a fair thing to say. You shame the US because they're oppressive to journalism. And he says, and in the case of Raptly, an on-the-ground connection to the story. They have covered it for so long. I like the pet story. They also made a fortune of the fan and embassy footage and stills. Yeah, so that could be motivation. You just promote your own outlet, and you show the world that America and Europe are not as great as they claim to be, and they're oppressive towards journalism, while they always claim that it is like Russia and etc. being oppressive to journalism. I mean, I can certainly I can understand that part. It could really be it. I think that other theory I gave, yeah, that's just something that comes in mind, and it has to do with geopolitical things, like the Cold War era thing, where the oil and the gas never stopped flowing to Europe from Russia, right? We had this standoff, so-called Cold War, and we two sides going at a super big war, so to speak. In the meantime, they were supplying each other oil and gas, and the general public was being taught to hide under school desks, waiting for the nukes to be dropped. There was never any risk for nukes to be dropped. It was never that never even existed, that risk. So that's
that desk is not going to save you anyway. So but yeah, it's very similar to this mass thing. You're being told you've got two giant governments, literally almost working together against their own people to get them to do stuff like that. It's like a repeat of what's going on now. Not as bad because they weren't actually shutting down the economy and businesses and all, but you were still being manipulated. Somehow the people at the time didn't see it, and I don't know why, but I mean, you could certainly look back and go, like, man, that's ridiculous. I mean, they actually convinced you to dive under a desk. I mean, really? That doesn't add up.
No. No, but this is what there probably were goals behind that too, to create a stronger control system, right? I'm not so familiar with the laws that were created back then. I mean, I wasn't born, and I did read some history about it, right? But we are not so well educated about that either. So you have to really look for it to find that, and it's not the time of the internet either. So.
Yeah, no, I don't think there were. I mean, there was these civil defense functions and so forth, but that's not. It's not like you were mandated to dive underneath a desk just because they said so. That was something you were told, and people willingly did it. Because if you had any brain, you just sit there and say, hey, if there's a nuclear weapon going off too close, there's nothing you're going to do about it. I mean, that diving under the desk, that's like stupid. But people did it. And it's similar with the mask now. If they can, there's an aspect of mind control that they can get you to, if they can tell you something silly like that and get you to do it, you fall right into their hands because they realize what a compliant, moldable mind you have. You're so pathetic that you can't figure out that you're being total horse shit, and you do it, then they got you. And they know they got you. It's all, they can run the fear porn on you and propaganda, and if you'll dive under that desk, you just gave them the answer they were looking for.
Yeah, exactly.
Keep putting that mask on. Even though it doesn't do anything, keep putting that mask on. I'm scared, Mark. You gotta keep that mask on,
Yeah. Chat is super alive tonight, by the way.
This is so sick, man. I feel sorry for everybody because I think so many are going to be misled out of this. And if you have your wits about you and you can step back and just look at what a complete manipulation it is and how foolish most people are, I mean, it's stunning, man. I just can't believe what I'm seeing nowadays. Mostly out of my government, that's the worst part of it. But the people, I look around at these people, what are y'all doing? You can't talk any sense to them. All scared about, something they don't even think anymore. It's like, but just keep diving under that desk, you'll be all right, Yeah. Put that mask on. I know. Man, I think I could go on bad mouthing my government, endlessly. But is there any more? Is there? Maybe I'll pick another country. I don't know, Canada. I mean, I did talk about Mexico. Even the Mexican president makes more sense than what's going on here.
I don't know what that was. What is that even? Oh, AK. The hell, man, you're late. Is he jumping on or what?
Am I back? I lost my mic for a second.
Okay, yeah, no, I see AK just in my inbox. I think he's about to join up. I'm so fucking tired, man. I'm like,
Oh well.
I drank like these 3 energy drinks in a row too, and it's like it doesn't actually give me energy, it just make me freak out.
Yeah, he can jump in there. I don't know what else to do, Mark. I mean, we're at a bad spot here, man. You guys can't get anything going in Europe. Can't get anything going here in America. Just like a black boot on your face, no matter which way you turn.
Okay, no, I
So
don't.
what?
Go ahead.
What is the next step for Assange? I mean, they're kind of in a. He's not coming. He's not going to be extradited to America, but why is he still being held in the UK illegally? Do they have any answer for that, or they just do whatever they want over there now? Or?
Yeah, no, okay, so this judge said we can't extradite him for medical reasons, and they agreed. The judge, of course, agreed with all the demands the U.S. Had, except for the medical part, and then Assange applies for bail, and it's denied, so effectively nothing changes, and he is just being locked up. All press freedoms being destroyed, Americans getting their way in everything, and we just lost all press freedoms. And in the end, now in the appeal thing, the Americans are going to say, like, we changed some things. We're going to have extra medical help and care for him, so he won't be abstaining himself. And right, that's what's going to be. So they already, they won on all the press, free press issues. They lost on the medical thing, and that was Some people are very happy about it, that extradition was stopped. I'm also happy that it stopped, but not for the reasons why. I mean, it should be stopped on the whole press issues. Like, he did nothing wrong. WikiLeaks published the evidence of war crimes, right? That's a journalist's job. There's nothing wrong with that. And and also when the judge said he can't be released on bail because there is the risk he will travel to another country or whatever, avoid being prosecuted. That's what she said. And because some countries like Mexico offered asylum. So that's the thing. Effectively, he will be in jail for a very long time again. This is like really hurtful because you just lost a case on press freedom and you have the guy still locked up. And he's not even a criminal. He didn't even do anything wrong. Okay, yeah, it's disgusting to me personally.
Yeah, it's just it doesn't seem to be following any law, and in fact, it's just like an extrajudicial type of process because it's like you apparently don't have. Let's see, what was it? Like the warrant you have doesn't apply. There's no really reason you're holding them that's legitimate. I mean, what else? Yeah, and then you have this judgment, if you want to call it that, and it doesn't seem to doesn't seem to change anything. So yeah, it is disgusting.
Yeah, it just shows a clear message to the rest of the press that they can do whatever they want.
That's the message.
Yeah.
I think what most people tend to do when they come to at the end of an event like that is to ask the question, well, like, why is this happening? Why does the court do this? Why? That type of angle, instead of coming to the conclusion that these people are full of shit and they're all compromised bureaucrats and hypocrites and criminals at the end of the day, they tend to ask the question, why is this happening? Well, you need to be finding answers for yourself. Come to the conclusion, the correct conclusion about who they are and what they're doing. Don't be asking why. The why is because they're criminals, and that's what criminals do.
Yeah.
Who don't have to worry about any accountability, run loose and do these kind of acts. So there's no reason to ask why it's happening. Now, what are you going to do about it? What do you do with a government that no longer is willing to follow its laws, doesn't respect a vote, doesn't respect the rule of law, and is uninterested in enforcing any of it? What do you do? I know what I would do, but I can't really say it online anywhere. FBI be coming. They're probably coming already, but just use your imagination. You're at the end of a line, wondering why it's happening instead of acting in a manner that would do something to change it. Or you just fall back to the same old, like, well, that didn't work, just go back and petition the government. Well, you just did that and they threw it in your face. So, but you just get in this loop. Most folks just get in this loop and don't seem to be able to pop out of it, and they just keep getting abused over again and never ends.
Okay, so I'm thinking AK is not going to jump on. We should go live more often. We should can you go live to the weekend if you want.
Oh yeah, there's been plenty of news, no doubt about that. Well, we're catching up on it, the biggest part of it.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's been so much going on, man. Jeez, it's epic. My hope is that no matter where it comes from, more pushback against the government itself. I think the gal that was on here before seemed to have a problem with there being a response to, like, say, the Capitol in that kind of fashion. But honestly, that's how it's supposed to work, really. I mean, that's something you can do before you finally go to battle or go to war with each other. It's like a last gasp trying to get your government to do the right thing, and of course they're hard-headed, not interested in listening. But
rise and shine for me.
Oh my god. I was seriously about to call the night, and you jump in. Seriously.
I literally just woke up, man. Like I slept through like 5 alarms. Like, that's how tired I was. So yeah, I mean, in regards to what you guys were just talking about, because I was listening, as far as like the Capitol and everything goes, from what I've read and heard through the grapevine is that there's a lot of shit going on, like investigations and shit into that whole Capitol attack. The feds are like overturning every rock because it was like a failed security event. But apparently, I don't know if you guys even talked about this because I was sleeping, but apparently the button for like the panic button for the Democrats in a lot of their offices, it was actually torn out prior to the breach of the Capitol. So it was premeditated. There's no doubt that it was premeditated, and they were able to basically pre-plan this whole thing. And whoever removed that button, or the buttons in some of these offices, they had to either be the police or politicians themselves who are, allowed in the Capitol. So it's very interesting what's kind of unfolding right now. And also, there was an alert that was put out by the FBI that says that for all police across the U.S. to be on nationwide high alert. So they're expecting something. I don't know what, but there's armed marches, at least 17 different groups that are going to be doing armed marches this week. So things are probably going to get a little crazy.
That's actually my hope, but I'm the extremist because I just don't see where you go from here. The other thing, you mentioned that button at the Capitol, but there's plenty of videos showing the Capitol Police removing barriers and allowing people to come in. I mean, that's
Right.
pointing to some internal. Now I've seen this type of thing before. I mean, you can actually, even among police, they're not all a homogeneous group and all on the same side. There's policemen that are political as well, and there's obviously some that were willing to go to battle with the people, and there was others that were barriers and letting them come in. So the problem, well, that's actually good for the people that were there. It's not a problem. What that's going to allow is a defense for all these folks, because it's no longer a breach, it's merely an entry, and we were allowed in. So a lot of the legal arguments that are trying to get quoted here are going to fall flat on their face when you say, hey, the guy told us to come in. So whether that was on an individual basis, or or he wasn't following orders, or it doesn't really matter, as long as, since that took place, that defense the government's is going to try to put on you, or rather your defense is a lot stronger because the government can't really use that against you. It's not going to work.
Yeah, well, okay, so that's not 100% entirely correct. They're looking at charging from what I read and seen, they're looking at charging some of the former and current military with sedition, conspiracy for sedition, and other charges. So this is like, they're going to use people who did this as an example, and they're going to take them with any lawyers that the government has. They're not going to just let them walk off this. So, but in regards to the whole thing about like police removing barriers and this and that, yeah, I saw all the videos and everything. Like, it's clear that this was allowed to happen. Like just similar to how there was foreknowledge about 9/11 and they didn't do anything. Like, they had foreknowledge of this and they didn't do anything. And further than that, they actually opened up the barriers and let them in. But the more serious end of this is that somebody sabotaged the inner workings of Capitol, and whoever did that, I mean, they got some balls of steel, because if they get caught, they're fucked for life, man. That is that's going to be like 20 plus years. Like that's not going to be a joke. But yeah, it's crazy. Like I think there's going to be some crazy events. When they arrested some people the other week, they said that they found homemade IEDs and obviously rifles and stuff like that. But I mean, they were like prepared to like storm this Capitol and then like blow it up. It's kind of what it seems like. And I don't think that mindset is going to go away. I think a lot of these white supremacist groups are going to be pushing that same ideology again within the next couple of weeks. Probably next week, to be honest with you. But it's going to be very interesting. I don't know if you saw the arrest of the Proud Boys guy in New York, but they used a fucking tank, man. Like, rolled a tank down the street. Like, you think that's a little bit excessive? I mean...
Well, yeah, it's all about creating that, creating the propaganda. That's what you're up against here. I mean, first thing is anybody that was able to modify those buttons in the Capitol, that's an inside job. That's their own people. But number one, that wasn't anybody in the crowd doing that, unless they broke them. But that just set off the alarm. So what sense does that make? There's a big move to.
You saw that video, that tour prior to some of the people who went to the Capitol. Like there was a tour that was given one day prior. I don't know if you saw that, but this whole thing, man, it's obvious that it was a setup, or not even a setup. It's obvious it was set up. Like it's obvious that they wanted the Capitol to be stormed and everything, and I mean, like, I don't know if that was the pro-Trump side or anti-Trump side. I don't fucking know, but it was obvious they wanted to storm the Capitol, and then they had help from the inside, from the police or from the Republicans, maybe both. I mean, who knows? But it's a serious situation, or it's going to come out with some crazy results with people getting arrested and shit.
Well, the media seems to want to point to white nationalists and I'm here to say, what's the wrong with a white nationalist? I mean, if you're white and you care about your country, how is that a bad thing? Number one. So this narrative that the left is going to love to develop here and getting away with is that it was this outrageous event when it was really no more outrageous than what they've been doing for 6 to 8 months. There was far less people killed, far less damage done. But in being the hypocrites that they are, they have to push this propaganda in order to get their way.
Well, I think
that's the problem with the Democrats here is you can bring up and confront their criminality, but they're not interested in stopping. None of these people.
So
the Republicans are more than willing to go along with it and subvert the country and go against their own supporters. The left doesn't mind Democrats don't mind doing it. So, we're really at a bad spot here with just a bunch of hypocrites and cowards that don't give a crap about the country. That's my problem with all of them.
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter what side you look at for political purposes. I mean, that's exactly what it comes down to. But, I mean, as far as, like, has there been more deaths associated with these other protests? I think that the Capitol event had like 12 deaths, didn't it?
Well, 5 if you count the cop that had a heart attack. Okay, let's throw them in there. There were hundreds hundreds of people killed across this country promoting Black Lives Matter nonsense, okay? So there are no comparisons here. There's patriots and people, and they're not all going to be, it wasn't just one party in that crowd. There's a lot of business owners who are from both sides that had no reason to give a shit about their government. So there is no comparison here. Black Lives Matter protests are not peaceful. This was done, and it's not peaceful either, but it was done for different political reasons, not to try to promote black communism and black racism. That's the difference. Soros funded, give me a break. This is a night and day difference.
Well, I mean, we've seen the funding from Soros for some of the Black Lives Matter protests. I'm not saying every single protest that has been organized is funded by Soros, but there has been funding for some of the Black Lives Matter protests from Soros, and it's like interesting because you think about it, it's a rich old white guy funding Black Lives Matter causes, which you gotta ask yourself, does he really actually care about black causes, or is he just doing that to cause chaos? But I mean, as far as Black Lives Matter goes, the message there, it's not bad, but the way that some people within the movement kind of treat things, it does become another form of racism, and I mean, like, the whole thing against police brutality, great, I'm for, and we all know that police are more violent against black people. I don't think that that's an argument. What is the problem is that when you have journalists or people of other colors going to these protests and being shut out, that's when it becomes an issue, because you're creating racial isolation, and it's no different than a actual like white supremacist rally. I mean, but nobody wants to say that.
That's true.
But I mean, I'm not saying like all of these protests. Again, it comes down to individualism, and it becomes like, I will say that with the whole rally and everything at the Capitol, I looked through some Telegram channels, and I don't know if I should say this because now Telegram's going to get banned, but there was several channels of white supremacist groups that were planning to make this whole thing violent. And they look for opportunity too, just like any other fucking group. They look for opportunity to push their message and push their ideology. And, in the past, we saw them abusing Black Lives Matter's protest as well. And, like, literally, there's messages that I've seen in the past where it says, like, dress up as Antifa and cause chaos. It's fucking insane what's going on in this country now. And it does kind of seem like we're shifting towards a civil war, or we're in the middle of one, and it hasn't gotten like too bad yet. But maybe the Capitol event and everything that went on there, that could be the turning point and make things get a lot worse. And I mean, we have to wait and see what's going to happen in the coming days, because I think there's going to be something like an event. I don't know where, obviously, but I think there's going to be an event that happens that's going to be crazy. And I'm just, because there's so many armed groups and everything, and I've seen so many different messages and everything on Parler when it was hacked. like people sending me, oh, this person said blah blah blah, you know, like they're planning something like violent. So either the people that are posting that are just over their head, they're either posting it out of anger and going to end up arrested over it, or something's going to transpire within the next couple days. So, I mean, we'll just wait and see what happens, but in regards to either group, I mean, violence is going to just cause more violence to cycle, so I don't personally support violence in any type of manner, because it doesn't get your point across, it just paints you as a violent maniac. I mean, it's like, as far as like revolutions go and stuff like that, I mean, when you overthrow a country, it takes time to rebuild. So, I mean, if that's the path that people want to go, I mean, I don't see how they're getting through armed military, but, you know, more power to you.
Yeah, well, so the fact that they just did it is not proof enough? Or, because I've heard that argument from militia people for years, is that you couldn't do this, you couldn't do that, and they just did it. Okay, so I knew they were full of it all along. You get 1 million people, you're not going to stop them. It doesn't matter how many bullets you have. But as far as killing the country, Democrats stealing an election certainly adds to that. You know, adds to the lack of credibility, more so than anybody else, don't you think?
Well, I mean, you got to think about this. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, they're both Republicans or Democrats. They're both involved in all types of different election fraud and election tricks. Like, they've all in the past been caught doing various different tricks.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean,
but
like,
not on this scale. Not on this scale where it's obvious. This obvious. That's the difference.
I mean, not really. I mean, look at what they did with Bush.
Oh, come on, dude.
Remember? You remember Bush and Gore? Come on, Bush and Gore. I mean,
yeah, that's right.
That?
Well, yeah.
Like, Bush and Gore. You remember Bush and Gore and like how George Bush's brother determined the election? I mean, like, do you remember like the Karl Rove?
No, what I remember is a lot of Democrats putting on their glasses, looking at little hanging pieces of paper and deciphering whose vote that was. That's what I remember.
Well, from what it really was, it was just Bush's brother deciding the election. Like, it's ridiculous. But I mean, like, there's been so much election fraud in the past. Like, I mean, it's documentable and everything. I mean, like, it's not a surprise. It's not. And I mean, on both sides, not just the Democrats. I mean, the Republicans too. I mean, both sides. They participated in various different forms of election fraud, and nothing ever happens to either side. I mean, it's just a joke. And I mean, eventually, you know, like, people are going to get fucking pissed off, and they're going to go out there and they're going to do something fucking stupid. So I mean, like, it's just it's ridiculous. Like, this has been kind of like, I would say, like, boiling up, like, for the past couple years. And I mean, they should expect it, because of the fact is that they've both participated in various forms of election fraud, and then they blame the other side and say, "Oh, that side cheated." Well, so did you. Like, you can't say that. Oh, well, we had some fraudulent election activity, and the other side had some fraudulent election activity, and then ignore your own fraudulent activity. I mean, come on. So, I mean, like, this whole thing about how the Democrats stole the election, I mean, how much percentage of the votes on the Republican side are actually, like, fraud? We don't know. No, like, there's been no audit done of this election, and there should be, but, you know, that's not going to happen. So, I mean, like, who the fuck knows who actually really won the election, because they both participate in fraud, and that's why I don't pick a party. I'm not a codist who picks a political party. I just call out both sides. I mean,
Yeah, and you don't seem to matter as if it happens more on the Democrat side, obviously, but there are ways to tell via the statistics alone who did, if you care to look at it.
but you can't, like, statistics doesn't show, like, it to a degree, right? It doesn't show certain things and certain, like, there's all sorts of election tricks that both of these sides use or in the past have used. So I mean, like, it's just not a surprise. When you say, like, the Democrats are the only ones doing the election fraud, that's bullshit. It's like saying that only the Democrats are only the Democrats have pedophile politicians, and that's not true. I mean, it's both sides. Like, it's such a conundrum when it comes to the voting fraud and everything. And like I said, it's been boiling for years.
Okay, so when we see, like in Georgia, the way poll watchers were pushed out, windows papered over, suitcases brought in, that's okay, and on a grand scale, and nothing needs to be done about that. The fact that it happens in multiple states, that's okay. I mean, the statistics from those states alone tell you all you need to know. But if you're not interested in see what's not happening is many reporters that are interested in that story. That's what's really obvious. What's really obvious is that courts aren't interested in taking up cases that are important and pretty obvious. So what's going on?
Like,
Democrats are, the reason I say Democrats is because Democrats are known for doing it on a grander scale. Okay, that's why Democrats are known for ballot box stuff, and just like LBJ going back into the 50s. That's
right.
That's why they have that tagged on to them, is because that's what you do more than the other guy.
Well, again, I mean, they both do the same tricks. They both do various different tricks. Like, Karl Rove tried to rig an election years ago, and he was shocked. He was absolutely shocked when the results came out differently than what he wanted. And there were some Annans who actually stopped the rigging of the election. I don't know if they were connected to the government. They probably were. But they stopped the rigging of the election, and they put out a whole thing about Karl Rove. Anyway, as far as, like, the current election and everything going on, well, first off, we're going to get this banned from YouTube for going so deep into it. That's already a given. Because you can't talk about a voting election fraud, even if it's fucking real information, which is scary. But as far as, like, the Georgia stuff goes, I've seen the videos and everything, and yeah, I agree there's some grievances there that are legitimate, and there should be further investigation done. But again, the whole election, if you're going to be unfair, or you're going to be fair about it and unbiased, the whole election itself should be audited. Not just Georgia because the Republicans say so, but the entire election itself should be audited. And I mean, obviously, like, the way that voting is now is not working, right? So there needs to be a new voting system, and you put everything on a blockchain, a secure blockchain, and nobody's editing that. There'll be no more ways to say that there's election fraud, because All the results will be on a blockchain, viewable publicly to everyone in real time. And counting that is another thing that would get rid of. I mean, like, because everything would be in real time, viewable to everybody, all full transparency. And we've started to see a lot of countries actually use that method. But I mean, for one instance, Russia, when they did that method, they owned the blockchain. You can't have them owning the blockchain. That's no. That could be easily fucking manipulatable. But if it's a public blockchain and the nodes are all over the world, and say like people fucking used, like, for instance, like Ethereum to vote, that can't be manipulatable. You would have to hack every single Ethereum node in the network all at once to change results, and that's just not feasible. Even with a state actor, like, that's not feasible to hack all the nodes at once across the world. Not happening. So I mean, like, that's where things have to shift, because everybody is paranoid about election fraud for good reason, and both sides have participated in election fraud, and nobody wants to, like, go after them. Like, no police or FBI or anything wants to go after them. I mean, it's just like they just ignore it. It's like it doesn't fucking happen, and it's just ridiculous. Like, but you're right about, like, some things being more Democrat sided and some things being more Republican sided. I mean, for instance, like, people returning from the dead, that seems to be more sided to the Democrats. I don't fucking know why, but yeah, I mean, like, there's a lot of different tricks that are used by both sides, and some of them lean more towards one side than others. I mean, as far as Georgia goes, I mean, yeah, there's some fishiness stuff, and like the water main break and the suitcases coming in and everything like that. I mean, like, yeah, it's obvious. It's but I'm not sure exactly, like, what people should do in that regards. Like, it's not going to, like, you're not going to get through to anybody with fucking violence. It's not going to happen. Your message is misconstrued, and all people see, who you want to be your supporters, is just violence. And as far as, like, Trump goes, I mean, he also has that negative connotation as well. So I mean, like, it's just a bad recipe.
But it was the standard established by Black Lives Matter over the last year that peaceful protests work. Burning things down and causing a peaceful protest, calling it a peaceful protest, actually works and gets to the politician. I just find it interesting that you can have a bigger group of people do something like the Capitol, and all of a sudden you're not supposed to pay attention to that group. So if large groups and violence is the indicator and the way things work, then why is there so much resistance to one and so much willingness to go along with the other? You know, it's just obvious hypocrisy here. And this is, like I've been, during this show trying to explain, it's just like, as long as that type of criminality and mindset is going to be allowed, then there's going to be problems. If you confront criminality and the criminals just laugh at you and keep continuing their criminality, then you know what's going to happen. See, that's the problem. If you can't get those interests, and let's call them democratic interests, to engage in legitimate activities instead of their authoritarian crackdown, then yeah, there's going to be problems. And this horseshit of that side can be violent, but you can't, well, that's just not going to work. And that was the standard that was established over the last 6 to 9 months. Except it's not the standard when somebody else does it?
Well, in regards to the violence on whatever side, I mean, I still don't think that when you introduce violence into the equation and you're trying to get your message across, the only thing that people are going to see is that you're a violent maniac, and they're not going to listen to your message. So I mean, and the thing is, like, again, individual groups and people, they are the ones that cause the violence. I'm not saying that everyone who's involved in protests from Black Lives Matter or to the protests that took place wanted violence. And it, like it, when somebody, like with the protests years ago, we always used to say that when there's someone there who wants to be violent, they were provocateur. Because immediately when somebody's violent at a protest, you know, they encourage the police to be more brutal. They encourage the police to go after more activists, and things change. Like, the atmosphere at the protest changes, right? So, I mean, like, the fact that has been kind of thrown out the window and people are now just being violent on the street. I mean, you know, they're encouraging the treatment there by the police in the end. And that's not me being a bootlicker. That's me just saying, like, being the person who's kind of giving a reality check on like, if you're going to be violent, then that's going to be the response that you're going to get from the police. But in that regard, I mean, we saw peaceful Assange protesters the other week get brutalized by cops in the UK. So, I mean, like, do people be violent now at protests because it doesn't fucking matter? Because that's kind of what it seems like they're slowly pushing down, is that it doesn't matter the way that you act, we're going to treat you a certain way. Whether that's with Assange protest or Black Lives Matter or fucking protesting voting fraud. And I mean, like, the protest of the voting fraud, I mean, there were some people there that were cues and everything, and that doesn't help the matter at all either for your credibility of bringing up your grievances about voting fraud. I mean, because the Q movement has absolutely painted itself as batshit crazy. So,
Well, I sent a link in the chat there about what Alex Jones is up to. Now, you have to, I mean, this is what your gatekeeper media is doing on the so-called right side, is lying about themselves, about, you know, because there's the guy that's said he started the whole thing, promoted it with his, you know, contacts in 2016, Jerome Corsi and whatnot, and is now engaged in bad-mouthing the movement now because of something he feels like, well, he doesn't like what they did, and then trying to use it as an alibi for his own activities. I mean, it's just, you know, people are just not very smart, man. I mean, as if there's videos that, you know, if it was one thing, you didn't have videos of somebody doing that, but there's plenty of videos of him doing all that, and they're in that video. So who are these people? You know, what I learned from BLM over the summer was that violence actually does work. I mean, if you're violent and you do all these things, next thing you know, you've got $10 billion from donors. You've got 400, you know, corporations, you know, behind you, you know, pushing all the propaganda. So violence works for them. And then you have your own, you know, Democrat public officials standing behind it. You know, it's like there needs to be more, you know, I mean, there's multiple clips of them, you know, pushing it all and standing behind it, you know. But now that this has happened, somehow that's a problem. And they insert, we have to censor the president. We have to, you know, talk about white nationalists and throwing all these people in jail. And So how come we're not getting $10 billion in all these corporate sponsorships? You know, what's the difference? Other than the hypocrisy, what's the difference?
Well, in regard to corporations and everything, like I don't think I've seen any corporation put out a message where they're saying, "Oh, well, we support these guys because they're violent," and that's not what they're supporting the protest, but ignoring the whole violent part of those protests. Again,
Well,
whatever side, like left or right, there's going to be violent people there. Like, it's a given. Like, no matter what protest you go to, whenever, there's going to be somebody there who's going to be violent, or a group of people who's going to be violent. Like, so I don't think that the corporations are pushing the violent, like supporting the violent people. I mean, there's legitimate causes there within the shroud of violence. I mean, there are some police killings where they should be further investigated, and it's just wrong, like for some of these police killings to happen, and they just never should have happened. For instance, like the whole thing about George Floyd getting choked to death. I mean, come on, like the police, the way they handled that is just ridiculous. There's no need to fucking push down on somebody's neck, like, and they've been doing these types of techniques for years, and they're taught through Israel. Israel does most of the police training here in the U.S., if not all of it. So, I mean, like, there are some legitimate concerns there when it comes to like the way that people are treated by police. But again, the message gets misconstrued with violence, and that's all, like, that,
well,
people say.
it didn't get misconstrued for the Democrats. I mean, it worked for them. I mean, of course, the companies don't point towards violence; they just hand the entity BLM the money because they are for it. They are pushing all that stuff. They don't have to mention it to actually be funding it and promoting it. It's all part of the package. But why doesn't that same thinking work for the other guys who aren't pushing it for black racist and black communists? They're pushing it for a stolen election and Constitution and enforcement of the law. I mean, these are two very different things, and yet that seems to be a problem. And I'm confused why, because the example has been established of that violence works. Politicians cower to it. They're all for it, as long as it's for the right, for a certain message. Certain messages, yes. Other messages, no. So what is the standard going to be? Violence or no violence? If it's against violence, then where was all the outrage for 6 months? It certainly wasn't on MSNBC or the mainstream media. It didn't come out of the Democratic Party. They were all for it. So where was that resistance? And yet both parties can be on board against what happened at the Capitol. That's just, it's very suspicious. Tells me all I need to know.
Well, it's a divisive seed that was planted, no matter what way you look at it. I see what you're saying, but I mean, like, and there's obviously, if the Capitol gets attacked, that's going to be a wedge issue that both of the politicians can agree on and say, okay, things have gone too far. But there had to have been some politicians on the right who knew that's what was going to happen.
Well, I'm actually sorry I didn't go, because you would had to be, I wouldn't say a total fool to not see it coming, but I mean, if you're going to get that size of a march for the reason that it was put together, I would expect there to be some event like that. I mean, that's whether officials. I mean, obviously there was factions even within the own internal security and all, and within the party. I'm sure for sure there, but I fully expected it to happen. You can't. Here's the thing. I think in the crowd was more than just Trump supporters and all right wingers. There's many people that are on Democrats, I'm sure, that have lost businesses and all this, or had their jobs trashed, or they're because they fell into the economy that we've been forced into with this lockdown. But that's the response. I mean, if you can't see and accept it as a response to a government that's gone rogue and no longer represents you, I mean, if that's a problem, then something's wrong. I mean, there was windows broke at these Kavanaugh hearings. When Democrats do it, break windows or start commotions at the Capitol, that's just what protesters do. You don't get to do that on the other side. And that's the hypocrisy, I don't know how else to say it, If one side gets to act a certain way and the other side doesn't, then there's some obvious issues here with fairness and hypocrisy and so forth. And that's where you're at. What I don't understand is why Republicans go along with it. It makes sense because I know what feckless cowards they are, but why they go along with it is beyond me. They're not real men. Yeah, that's why it's happening. The people you've managed to polarize the country and push a large group of people into a position where they have no representation, and they can't get equal protection under the law, which is what the whole thing is supposed to be about. So as long as this hypocrisy continues, and that's the state of affairs, there's going to be trouble. Nonviolence doesn't get you anywhere. BLM proved that. So I just thought that was the new standard, and that's what you were supposed to do. I think everybody else did too, but that's just not the case. It's okay for one guy and it's not okay for the other. So as long as those are the rules and the standards, then you can think whatever you want of yourself. But I'd look at somebody like that, if I heard that from somebody, and I'd have to laugh at him. I mean, I do all the time. I think it's funny.
Well, yeah, again, it's a double standard set and all of that. But the brevity of the issue, I mean, that's a different story. I mean, as you said, police brutality versus election fraud. I mean, it's going to be having two different responses, and one doesn't shape the overall future of the country. The other does. Well, I mean, police brutality.
Come on. Okay, tell me which one. Let's see if you can get this right.
Well, obviously, the election fraud would outweigh police brutality. I mean, as far as police brutality goes, I mean, police brutality is it can be a national issue. I'm not saying it's not. but like election fraud would shape the future of the country as compared to police brutality. Like, I'm trying to be fair about this, but at the same time, it's like either side, again, as I said earlier, either side participating in violence, you're just misconstruing your message. And that's just how I feel about it. It's the violence never solves anything. It just causes more violence. The only way for you to get a result out of violence is to literally overthrow a country, kill thousands and thousands of people, and then start over. Like, and that's what has happened in the past. And it's just like, is that really where we want things to go? I mean, I don't fucking know anymore. Like with people, but
no, that's what's been created though, and for the ones that are being marginalized here, that's what they see. Violence worked for one side; they got everything, they got money, they got everything they wanted, but the other side doesn't. So I don't know how else to say it. You know, there are. Fortunately, you did get the correct answer. I'll give you that. And there is a hierarchy to issues, and the whole violence, nonviolence thing. You know, I'm with you there. You know, it's just, you know, it's far better if you can still be civil and talk amongst people, than to have it decay. But you know, if we're going to have this groups like on the more left-leaning side that can point at somebody, call them a fascist, and punch them in the face, and not get in, you know, have much reaction to that, especially in the Portland area, then that's the standard, right? If we have a group that, whether, you know, they didn't have to be violent, but you know, there was a lot of violence in it, and it actually worked for them. They can denounce violence all day long, but violence worked for them. That's the kind of cross-wired messages that are being sent out there, and then it's for one group and not the other. It's just everybody sees it now. You know, I take that back. A lot of people see it for what it is. Some people still don't get it, and yet the discrepancy and the hypocrisy are there. So I expect there to be more trouble. I actually hope there is, because this government does need to be sent a message, and a big one.
well, I mean, it's pretty much guaranteed. I don't see anything.
Yeah.
From what I've seen, I mean, there's a lot of people out there who have that mindset of like, it's time to fight back, and we need to fight against our fellow man. So they both sides haven't realized that the true enemy of the people are the people that are in office. And I'm not saying go out there and fucking attack the people in office, but I'm just saying that when you guys are fighting each other, you're ignoring the bigger issue, and that's the politicians. And even with the storm the Capitol thing, I mean, like, it wasn't like bipartisan, you know, like it's targeted at one group. So I mean, like, people still don't get it. It's the politicians that are the bigger issue. They can agree on things like sending us to war, but can't agree on things like helping us with healthcare and stop bickering over healthcare policies. And you know, like, say, just as an example there for that. Or, I mean, they just gave people, they all agreed to give people $600. The fuck is somebody going to do with $600? Like, for this whole COVID thing, like, they are so far removed from reality that it's not funny. Like, it's ridiculous, man. Like, to say, oh, like, and in regards to that whole stimulus thing, I mean, from what I've seen, Trump and Biden are the only ones who wanted to give people $2,000. They both proposed giving people $2,000, which even 2,000 is not enough money for all the grievances that people have faced this year, and how people can't get a job because of they've completely destroyed the economy because of COVID. I mean, like, there's so many things that are wrong with just saying that, oh, well, you've suffered this whole entire year, can't pay your bills, can't pay for your rent. We'll just give you $600. Like, it's not going to do shit. It's just ridiculous. So in total, the government last year didn't even give people $2,000. They gave people a $1,200 check and then $600 for. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I lied. Let me be factually accurate. If you had people living with you, you could claim them and then get $1,200 per person, and then the second stimulus you could get $600 per person. But I mean, come on, like a family of five, $600 per person. That's not going to do shit. This is ridiculous, man. Like, and people need to realize that it's not each other that you should be fighting back against. It's the politicians, the lobbyists, and all of those people in power that are pushing various different laws for us and not really giving a shit about us. Like, the political position of power is supposed to be there as a representative for the people. But these people do not represent us. They represent their private interest, and they represent lobbyist private interest. And that's it. The position of power of politician has been so misconstrued and allowed to be so corrupted that it's insane. Mark, are you there? I haven't heard anything from you.
Hey, I'm here. I'm still streaming. Don't worry.
And I think we're pushing 4 hours here.
No, I knew you were streaming. I just wasn't sure if you were there. And I'm like thinking, oh great, Mark's gonna fall asleep, fucking leave me and Alamo here to talk for the next 10 hours.
Sorry, it's 8:30 here. I'm just like reading around and I'm being like a little tired here. I'm sorry. It's been a lot of hours.
I know. Yeah. I mean, we can end it here. I mean, like, it's pretty much what I got in to say with everything that I wanted to say in regards to this DC stuff. Like, I don't really have much more to say. We're just traveling in circles at this point. But yeah, I think that things are going to get crazy next week and possibly over the weekend. I mean, like, who knows? They might start fucking the day prior. Or actually, I'm sorry, no, the biggest protest is going to be on Sunday. Or supposedly it's supposed to be on Sunday.
Then I suggest we go live again on Sunday and cover the results of that. Seems like
cover the results or cover as it's happening? Because, I mean...
Is
I'm
that
around.
The inauguration is? Is that what the inauguration is?
No, that's the 20th.
Huh.
The big militia mass march is planned for the 17th across the U.S.
Oh yeah, the U.S. capitals and all. Yeah, I've seen those.
Yeah, they're going to go to state capitals, I believe. Like I said, I think things are going to get wild. I don't see things going good when you have people with rifles and marching around a capital. I mean, are they going to storm other capitals, like state capitals? Because that could get wild. Who knows, honestly.
That's what I would expect.
Okay. Let me end the stream. Or do you guys have anything left to say? You wanna?
No, man, we've covered a lot.
I think we did like 5 hours tonight.
Was it that long?
We haven't said the anonymous PSA. That's the most important part.
That's right. Yeah, instead of, well, let me just get out the anonymous PSA is to spay and neuter. Make sure you spay and neuter all your politicians.
And lobbyists. You always forget that most important part. I mean, the lobbyists are the ones bribing the politicians. Those are the ones that need to be spay and neutered the most. I mean, we don't need a whole new generation of lobbyists.
I blame it for the politician that takes the money and corrupts the law to give them what they want. You know, it's lobbying is good for, you know, you have to have access to your government and lobby and petition and so forth. But it's your politician that is a scumbag that actually takes that money and tries to subvert the law to make it happen. He's the bad guy. You know, he could have just taken the money and done what he was supposed to. You know.
Well, there's no law there that says that corporations can't lobby, but there should be a law there that says corporations can't lobby because they have more influence over the government than people, and that's not how things were originally supposed to be set up. People were supposed to have more power over their politicians through lobbying. You know, they never thought about corporations, and the corporations took advantage of that one.
Well, they'll certainly take advantage of a feckless politician. I mean, that's easy, and they're willing to sell out for cheap. So I mean, these guys with money actually have a great system here. They don't have to actually, you know, bribe them with much to get what they want, and that's the problem. That guy doesn't have. He could take the money. He doesn't have to do what's wrong, but they do. Can they lobby in the Netherlands, Mark?
Yeah, we have over 400 lobby groups in The Hague. Yeah, it's pretty insane. There's even a group of journalists, undercover journalists, who started a fake lobby group and were able to get fake lobby stuff in Parliament. So yeah.
And my favorite was that guy who threatened politicians of negative PR. Who the fuck was that?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, and that was during. I hear myself. During Stop Act. I can hear myself. Can you mute yourself? Or?
Yeah. I was just agreeing with you. Yeah.
No. So there was that during Stop Acta too, right? And then the people who wanted to vote against that whole censorship bill in the EU, they were threatened by that guy Axel Voss from Germany, who was pushing for that bill, and he said like, if you are going to vote against it, we're going to like do like negative publicity on you. Yeah. It's pretty insane.
That's it.
He didn't get arrested for that, and that seems to me like that's a threat. Like, the fuck? Yeah. Intimidation of voting. He didn't get shit for it.
But at the same time, you have these guys promoting policies that harm the public, and you know, while they're not putting a gun to your head, but you know, if they promote something like this COVID nonsense that actually affects your life and your business, everything, and destroys your life, that somehow is not threatening and something that needs to be I'm amazed at what, you know, at how people look at things, and they both look obvious to me. I mean, they're both, you know, some kind of angle or play that they're trying to do on the government, and yet one's okay because, well, that's not obviously anything, seems innocent on its face, versus the other guy that flat says, hey, well, we're not going to, you know, we're going to boycott you or give you bad PR. Well, you're both pushing the same kind of activities here. I mean, one could actually be far worse, and yet that seems okay. But uh, I just I don't get it.
Okay, let's go live again on Sunday after the protests. If that is okay with you guys.
All right, Mark.
Before before it will seriously be fucked up and I'll
Yeah. Before Mark like face plants on a keyboard and then fucking we have to stay alive for another 10 hours.
Yeah, well, it happened before with other streamers. I won't name right now. They fell asleep. So, but yeah.
Oh yeah, it happened with you too before. I remember that.
Yeah. I can't even remember that. Maybe it did. Maybe I fell asleep before.
Oh, you did. You did.
Yeah, and there was Micro. One time he was snoring during the show. So
Yeah, it happens.
back.
Like, that's the real hardcore shit, right? We go on till we fall asleep and we almost die on the air. It doesn't matter. We had
Oh,
everything on
man.
our show, right? I mean, we had like robberies on air and everything. So, I mean, yeah.
Pretty
Well,
sure
I-
that I fell
Solid
asleep
can-
one time and it was snoring in the mic too. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, you snored a couple. Yeah, it's foul fine. I mean, this just shows how hardcore we all are, right? So, okay. Well, I mean, I don't know if you guys will be there Sunday, but we can go live. I mean, oh yeah, and this Thursday, if anyone is listening, still, we have Matthijs Pontier. He is the front man of the Dutch Pirate Party. He's running for parliament in 1.5 months, and he will be on our show to do a little, what is it, political promotion. But since we're not here for that, we'll just talk some shit to him, right? And just ask some questions, whatever these people stand for, and maybe it will be a good episode.
Yeah, I'll give him a fair shot. I mean,
Of
I'm not
course.
gonna just. I mean, like, because obviously we need people in government to even be able to make anything happen, and that's what people tend to forget is that we do need people in government that are aligned with us in some form or way. I'm not saying they're going to agree with us on every fucking issue, but I mean, most of these people can agree with us on like surveillance type issues and stuff like that because they come from our circle. I mean,
Well, he knows what to expect, and he was fine with it, and he will be coming on air with us. It will be early evening, I guess. So
he's been on before, right?
I'm not sure if Matthijs was on. Maybe
I'm
once.
pretty sure.
Yeah, could be. Yeah, it has to be a long time ago then, because I can't remember. Right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was on before with Stop Acta too.
Oh yeah,
the
that's
whole
possible.
Hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, he'll be on. It will be early evening, so I think it will be afternoon for you guys, Alamo. Okay. So just saying. But we'll also go live with the regular episode. I mean, Tyler will be back also. So.
Oh, that's
All right, Mark. I'll try to make it. We'll see.
Yeah. Okay,
yeah.
so-
Just send me a message. You know, I'm always around, but just working, fucking doing everything. Yeah, man. Like, just send me a message when you guys are gonna go live, and I'll see if I'm around and able to jump on. Maybe for like an hour or 30 minutes or something. I don't know. But
yeah, well, you're one of the few people I know for sure that works as hard or harder than I do. So, yeah, you work all day, and that is sometimes it's surprising.
all day, all fucking night, whenever like I find time, like during this whole entire thing, and I know you're not gonna believe me, but I was actually multitasking and writing up an article while I was like debating here with Alamo.
Yeah, I believe it.
Yeah, like fucking multitasking, man. That's all I know how to do. But
Hey, so live Sunday and this Thursday. This Thursday probably a double show then. So, and that will be great. Oh yeah, and Let Me Look TV. I see you just entered the chat. Yeah, I want to do a episode with Let Me Look TV too, and with also if you can get that other guy. I won't mention it yet because I'm not sure if he wants to come on, but yeah.
We'll message it when like the shows when you stop recording because I'm not sure what the hell you're talking about.
No. But at least he's here. He knows what guest I mean, but I'm not sure if he wants to come on, so I shouldn't mention it already.
I thought you meant me. I didn't realize you were talking to him. I thought you were talking to me with another guest. I've been trying to organize some things too, but
Yeah. Okay. So I have plenty of people in the inbox. We can get plenty of guests on, but it need to be relevant to what the stuff we discuss, right? I mean, yeah. And the pirates are actually very relevant. I mean, it is a huge fight against the whole censorship machine right now, and the pirates are actually on the front lines. And while I disagree myself personally with most of their stuff, I agree with that part. So
very true.
yeah. So guys, if you're listening still, please share it around and jump in on the next episode.